The Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Blue Ribbon level sponsors WVU Medicine, CBP Enterprises LLC, Valley Health Marketing and Communications, Equitable Advisors Nicholas Abereg, and Gantz Excavating. Premium Ribbon level sponsors Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County and Tropical Sioux. Reserve Champion level sponsors Panhandle Dumpsters LLC and Tad's Dairy Barn. And Grand Champion level sponsors Mays Septic and Porta Potts LLC, Southern States of Charlestown, and the Hornby Media Group.
And welcome into day 2. It's the Monday edition of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We had an exciting night last night and hoping for an even better night tonight. Matt Crawford here with you. We'll be taking you in and out of each of our breaks, getting ready to send it over to the hosts for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair. But first, want to remind you that this portion to start our Monday program is brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Now over to the host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, thank you, Matt, and good evening, everyone. We're so glad to be here with you on night 2 for the 73rd Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. And I just wanted to, before we get started with we have a great lineup this evening. I just want to say again, I'm going to do this every night and just tell you how sad we are that we can't see you face to face down at the fairgrounds all week long. And I know that a lot of you guys are mourning Fair Week this week, but we're hoping, but by bringing you a nightly live show, and then you get to actually watch it again during the day, that we're bringing Fair Week to you into your homes. So we hope that that helps a little bit. And just remember that hundreds of hours have gone into preparing for this live virtual show, from TV 10, behind the scenes, the producers, to the fair board and the chairpersons and all of the organizations, the 4-H groups, the FFA groups, and all of the participants, you who are watching tonight. So many hours have gone in to this show to make it possible. So we just want to thank everyone for their hard work and dedication to make sure that we could have this Fair Week experience. And this is a historic week, Matt. Do you realize that?
It is.
I mean, this is the 73rd Youth Fair, but it's the first ever virtual fair. And as we said last night, we hope the first and last virtual fair. Although it's going to be great and we've made the best of it, we hope that this is the only time we have to go virtual. And just again, we thank you for your grace and consideration, as we had a few hiccups and technical difficulties we had to work through last night. I'm sure that tonight you might find us with a few others, and it's brand new to all of us. None of us have done a virtual fair. A lot of research was done by the board and by volunteers to make sure that we could do our best job. So we appreciate your support and encouragement throughout the fair. And speaking of encouragement, if you would do us a favor, we would love to see, we saw several last night, we would love to see pictures of you and your family watching this year's virtual fair. So snap a picture of everyone in your living room or wherever you might be watching, and put it onto Facebook and tag the Berkeley County Youth Fair's Facebook page so that we can see that. We would love to hear your comments, your encouragement for the exhibitors. That's always great to see that online. And we also have several of the food vendors for Berkeley County Youth Fair who, although they can't be at the fairgrounds this year to bring all their yummy food to us, they are having specials this week. We know that Tad's is having some special ice cream favorite things, like a banana split. I think the Berkeley County Youth Fair banana split, and another special ice cream favorite of the fair. We know that Fat Jack's is having a special this week as well, and that's on our Facebook page. And we would really like to see you guys support those fair vendors, since they are not able to get out. And I have Shelly in the studio with me in a few minutes. If I missed anybody who's having specials, she can remind me. So also, I wanted to just tell you in this opening segment, don't forget, mark your calendar, that Wednesday, the livestock auction opens at 7 p.m. Take a look at the website and find out more about that. There's a link on there. You can learn about how you can become a market animal buyer. And that's an incredible way to support the youth who are showing their market animals. Most of them will be sold, and that's a way you can support them. It's a huge thing in our community. Our community is so generous, Matt. The dollars that are invested into these exhibitors over the years, it is just phenomenal. And so I just want to encourage people, don't be afraid of that online platform to buy. I've been told it's going to be easy and exciting and fun. So get online and check it out ahead of time. But the auction actually will open Wednesday. So, and we're going to have somebody here with us Wednesday on the show to tell us more about that. Let's talk about tonight. What do we have in the lineup? We have, after the break, we're going to see some very special memorials for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. We then will go into our sheep show, which I know a lot of people are looking forward to tonight. And then that will be followed by the rabbit show. So we've got a great lineup for you tonight. And I just want to also remind you too, there's another way for you to get involved as the viewer, and that is through our People's Choice Awards. So last night was the first night that we had them, and we had for the two shows, Matt, that we did, the dog show and the goat show, what happened is you could go to the website just like you can go right now, and you can vote for your favorite. And then the winner, the person who gets the most votes, they will become the People's Choice Award winner. So I get to announce an award. This is the first one I get to announce. So I'm ready to do that. And you have them as well?
I got all three.
All three. Okay. Well, we have actually, you mean three for each category.
Three for each category.
Gotcha. Okay. So drum roll, please. We need a little sound effect thing. Do you have a drum roll?
I do. Actually, give me.
Come on.
Give me about 2 seconds, and I think I may.
Who wants to hear Matt's drum roll?
Nobody wants to hear my drum roll.
Okay.
I had a drum roll in here
sound
at
effects.
one point, but it's a matter whether I can find it in the next 5 seconds
That's
or not.
Okay. 1, 2. No, just kidding. There we go. Oh, I love it. Awesome. Okay, your People's Choice Award winners from Sunday night for the dog show, the dog tricks, and the dog costume. We have one winner, and that is Miss Savannah McDonald. She won all three. She must have a lot of friends and family out there voting for her.
I was going to say a lot of friends, a lot of family,
and
a lot of folks that probably just liked the dog.
Her dog is precious. Can't forget that. So cute. And then for our goat category, we have 3 winners, actually. Whenever you're ready to.
I am getting
those ready.
First, I'm looking for going back through all the videos we had last night, trying to make sure I have the right one. Do me a favor and start with go to goat and then goat dairy and then market goat. And then come back to non-dairy.
Okay, so goat dairy winner for the People's Choice Award 2020 goes to Gibson Crumley. You have Gibson? He's exhibitor 264, if that helps.
I have him, and for whatever reason,
he doesn't want to come up?
As smoothly as it went last night, now there we go.
There he is. There he is. You ready for the next one, Goat Market?
Yep.
All right. And the winner of the People's Choice for Market Goat would be exhibitor number 12, Austin Jordan. How cute is he? And finally, our third one is for the non-dairy goat, People's Choice 2020 is exhibitor 111, Madeline Emmerich.
That is the one that I'm having trouble finding right now.
Really?
Yeah, there was a lot in that category.
Well, you know what we'll
yesterday.
do? You can find that in the commercial break, and we could always start with it and show her the People's Choice when we come back in. How's that sound?
That sounds like a plan to me.
Okay, before I throw to you for that, I did want to announce that, again, if you go to the website and click on, there's a place you can click to vote. We want to let you know that it's open now until 11:59, and anything that's received after that will not be counted. I believe last night they had over 300 votes for the People's Choice. That's amazing, guys. So get out your vote tonight, and tonight you're going to be voting for several categories. So we're going to have 2 indoor exhibits that you can vote for People's Choice, animal science or plant science and crops. And then also there'll be 2 sheep categories for People's Choice. Am I saying it right when I say you? Is that right, guys? Yes? Yes. Okay. And the market lamb. And then also, I didn't ask all the questions beforehand. I forgot to ask how to say everything. So sorry about that. Anyways, rabbit, we have 2 categories, the doe and the buck. That was easy. All right. So anyways, we are ready to dive into our next segment of the show, which is going to be the memorials, Matt. But before we do that, let's thank some sponsors. And without their support, really, truly, this virtual fair could not go on. They financially are supporting the fair this week, so we do appreciate you being patient as we have several commercial breaks throughout the evening, but it's very important that we give them a little time to tell us about themselves.
This first portion of the program was brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first, Parsons. We'll be back with more of the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair after this short commercial break.
So you're trying to find.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problems.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Youth Fair on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. You can catch us each day from 4 to 10 on those 2 platforms, or go to the Berkeley County Youth Fair website. There's a direct feed to our YouTube page, so a lot of ways to find the events for this week. This portion of the program brought to you by 63rd District House of Delegates Democratic candidate Daniel Bennett. Have a great youth fair and continue to strive to be your best. Now back over to the host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, thank you very much, Matt, and thank you guys for joining us tonight for the second night of our virtual youth fair. We are so excited, and I'm going to say that word, and I'm going to laugh about it right now, and then we're going to just put it out there because thanks to Mike Hornby, who is the owner of TV 10, he wanted to let me know something very funny. So I hope he's still in the studio somewhere around. But if I don't get this out now, then I'm gonna stumble over it all night long. But apparently, I have a fan, Matt, who counted how many times last night I said the word exciting and excited, and apparently it was in the hundreds.
You know what that means?
I was very excited.
It means you were excited, but it also means that we had somebody watch from start to finish yesterday.
Awesome. You know what? It makes me laugh, and it made me stumble in the opening thing because I wanted to say it about 5 times. I can't help it. I'm just a very excited person all the time. That's my personality.
There's a lot worse things that you could be criticized for, so be thankful it's that. In this business, Be thankful it's that.
See, my favorite emoji is the little emoji where the hands are excited. Anyone who knows me, who I text frequently, will tell you that they get that from me all the time. So that's just me. So
worst words to use.
Okay, it's out. I'm ready to move on. And I am excited, actually, to hear the next segment, because with me in the studio, or with us, Matt, is Shelly Shoppert, who we actually met last night. She is the second vice president for the Youth Fair Board, and she is going to help me present to you something that's become a tradition at the Youth Fair. And this is every year there are memorials that are done. Usually you would see them in the fair book. And remember, last night I said that online at the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org, you can find everything that's in the book. There's an actual clickable link that you can download and print if you want, or just look at it. You can actually turn the pages online. It's very neat, and see everything in that book. And these memorials are actually in the book as well for a keepsake. So make sure you go and check those out. So Shelly, thank you for joining me. And we are going to have 3 memorials now to kick off night 2 of the virtual youth fair. And I will let her introduce them to you. Shelly, welcome to the studio.
I am pleased to be here. I'm very honored to remember and help celebrate the lives of these 3 individuals that have given so much to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. As Mary Beth said, it is in our virtual handbook or virtual fair book. Next year, we will include these individuals in our fair book for our printed version. So family members will have that at least hard copy printed version to keep as a remembrance of 2020. First off, I believe we are going to remember Charlotte Thurston Shade. Charlotte is well known as being our very first Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. Nice. And I did not know Charlotte. This is one individual that I had met once, but I did not know her personally. The family was so gracious to come in and bring this remembrance to you all. And this evening, before I forget, to let you know that we are recognizing or honoring these 3 individuals now, but throughout the week, they will be remembered in different segments. So, if you miss it today, it's okay. I mean, you can see it on YouTube, but it will be aired throughout the week as we remember these individuals. So first off, I think, Matt, we're going to go to Charlotte.
Becoming an ardent 4-H club member in 1953, Charlotte diligently worked to uphold the 4-H values. As a junior leader, she enthusiastically helped younger 4-Hers complete their projects, making sure they were learning by doing and getting ready for the fair. She was always happy to help. As an older 4-Her, she was chosen to represent Berkeley County in an exchange program with a neighboring state, sharing all she knew about the West Virginia 4-H program. In 1960, Charlotte was crowned the very first Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, establishing a tradition that continues to be a vital part of the fair today. She served on the Miss Youth Fair Committee, always smiling, encouraging, and loving each one of her contestants. Charlotte was a West Virginia 4-H All-Star, demonstrating and committing herself to the 5 points of the star: beauty, fortitude, love, truth, and above all, the all-star motto of service. Leading the Ardent 4-H Club for over 28 years, Charlotte continued to build the club, receiving accolades for outstanding 4-Hers, service to the community, demonstrating exceptional 4-H achievements, and upholding a reputation of superior representation of the 4-H ideals. She worked tirelessly for 4-H, sharing and instilling the 4-H principles in all whom she came in contact with. Charlotte loved to sew and always looked forward to the style review. Other hobbies included playing the piano, taking pictures, and scrapbooking. She always had a camera in her hands. Charlotte was a proud member of the Martinsburg High School class of 1960 alumni. She's the co-owner of Arden Equipment Repair, which was established in 1970, and a very supportive member of the community. She loved hosting open houses for customers and showing off her baking skills. Charlotte never passed up a moment to make a memory, and as she entered her heavenly home on June 11, 2020, her legacy lives on, not only at the Berkeley County Youth Fair, but in everyone she's ever touched.
Thank you so much for that memorial with Miss Charlotte Shade. What an incredible memorial that was. And we're going to move on to the next one. Shelley, who is next?
The next individual is George Laymaster. I'm not sure what to say about George, except for he was an amazing man. I mean, he truly was. He served as the Berkeley County Youth Fair president. He also served as vice president at that time, which was not named second vice president, but he was in charge of commercial exhibits, which is part of my responsibility.
Okay.
So I remember when I took that position, he had a lot of words of wisdom to give to me. But George was known in the youth fair. I would say I always knew him with the hogs, with the swines.
Okay.
My husband actually grew up working on George's farm with the Laymaster family, and he was truly a wonderful man.
Wow, well, let's see his memorial.
George Franklin Laymaster, 1938 to 2019. George participated many years in one shape or another at the Berkeley County Youth Fair starting in 1978. He was a husband to the late Sylvia Jean Laymaster and a father to Willard and Jeannie, helping with their 4-H and FFA projects. He provided Willard and Jeannie a start in their careers in agriculture. George instilled work ethic, honesty, and integrity into them as well as everyone that was around him. George knew no stranger. He was known as a caring and outgoing individual with an infectious smile and a deep belly laugh. George volunteered in many capacities with the Youth Fair. He had 2 different tenures as Berkeley County Youth Fair president and was vice president of commercial exhibits. He was routinely seen volunteering in the concession stand during the fair. His volunteerism did not stop there. He was a huge supporter in the Berkeley County Youth Fair livestock sale, from being an auctioneer to taking bids. He also assisted in hauling sale animals late into the night after the sale and the next morning, as well as assisting with barn cleanup after a long week with a long list of committed and passionate volunteers. Additionally, he was instrumental in the consignment sales that were utilized for fundraising efforts for the Berkeley County Youth Fair. His assistance in fundraising did not stop there. He was a regular in helping to cut apples for pie sales and serving many meals. George was there to support his family and all the youth of Berkeley County. He never looked for any credit. He just wanted all the youth to have the best experience as possible. These were opportunities he did not get to experience as a youth growing up. He was involved in other aspects related to the youth in Berkeley County. He and Sylvia were assistant 4-H club leaders for the Swan Pond 4-H Club. For many years, he assisted with many aspects associated with local FFA chapters. He would assist in hauling ham and bacon hogs to harvest. Additionally, he would house hogs for ham, bacon, and egg show and Berkeley County Youth Fair projects for those who did not have their own facilities. Furthermore, George would also let FFA members cure hams and bacons and let FFA members store the meat in the Laymaster Smokehouse. Lastly, he was a regular and assisting in the making of apple butter for fundraisers for different youth and agricultural groups in Berkeley County. Because George and Sylvia's commitment to Berkeley County 4-H, the George and Sylvia Laymaster family was recognized as one of the early 4-H families of the year. This was an honor that the family was humbled to receive. George held the FFA State Farmer degree. George was honored to receive the West Virginia 4-H All-Star Award. He was so honored by this that he had a West Virginia 4-H All-Star license plate on every vehicle he owned once he was bestowed this honor. He was a proud veteran of the Air National Guard for 6 years, a local auctioneer for over 40 years, and an employee of Corning Glass for over 35 years. But most importantly, his years of volunteerism with the Beddington United Methodist Church that he was a member of his entire life. His faith was very strong. He held many leadership positions in the church and was always there to volunteer and to give a helping hand when needed, as well as being instrumental in the many church-building fundraisers. One of the last things that he was instrumental in was the establishment of Camp George at Beddington United Methodist Church. This was a weekend camp that resembled Tri-County 4-H camp. He wanted the youth at Beddington United Methodist Church to have the same experiences that Willard and Jeannie had at Tri-County 4-H camp. Looking back at George's life before he went with our Lord, he spent a significant percentage of his life volunteering in different organizations and supporting the youth in Berkeley and surrounding counties. He was a wonderful man, husband, father, grandfather, brother, friend, volunteer, and most importantly, a man of God. George is and will be missed by many of the contributions to the youth and agricultural groups in the county and the Berkeley County Youth Fair. George's smile and laugh are already missed by many.
Wow, what an amazing man, and we're so glad we could take time out to hear all about his dedication and passion for the Berkeley County Youth Fair, as well as his family. And finally, Shelley, we have one more.
We do. Ruth Litton, as many people would know her as Grandma Litton. She was very instrumental with the concession stand.
Okay.
And years ago, they would, the ladies also would provide meals at different times throughout the year, and let me tell you, they were the best meals. And the apple pies, like they had mentioned, George and Sylvia assisted with the apple pie baking and the making of those and selling those. That was a time to remember. That truly was. I really enjoyed growing up, going to those dinners and having those home cooked farmers meals. They were just really yummy.
Delicious.
But Mrs. Litton had 4 boys. That I believe she had 5. One had passed away at a younger age, but 4 that have grown up with the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Now her grandchildren and great-grandchildren.
Wow.
In fact, her grandson is Matt, who is our 3rd vice president. And Mrs. Litton, as I said, was instrumental with the concession stand, and at one point I served as co-chair for a number of years in the concession stand, and every time Grandma Litton would come by, I would feel these eyes, and I knew she was supporting me, but I always wanted to make sure everything was exactly like it should be, and wanted to make her proud, and made sure that she knew that her hard work and her dedication from the years before was not going unnoticed and was not being, I guess, it was being improved and was being added on and living on. So we will remember Ruth now.
Ruth Armbruster Linton was called home October 29th, 2019, after a life of service to her family and her community. And nowhere was that service more evident than the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Pages of the fair catalog could be taken up with stories and illustrations of Ruth's servant leadership to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. She and her husband Doc Linton began participating in the fair with their sons in the mid-1950s, with the boys exhibiting cattle from their family dairy farm. This participation continues to this day, with the Linton great-grandchildren still exhibiting at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Ruth was a 4-H leader for many decades and heavily involved in FFA. She devoted her life to serving the youth of Berkeley County through these and other organizations. She was the embodiment of the 4-H and FFA mottos. She truly did strive to make the best better in whatever she was doing. And if you were helping her, you better be doing your best too. The FFA motto speaks of living to serve, and that is the lesson we all learned from her through the years and strive to carry on. It was in the kitchen that Ruth did most of her service to the fair. She raised countless dollars for the Berkeley County Youth Fair, organizing and preparing fundraising suppers, and was part of the famous Youth Fair apple pie bakers. The weeks leading up to the fair, when the fairgrounds were full of folks working to get things ready, they all knew she had a good meal and sweet tea waiting for them inside the exhibit hall. And the week of the fair, you could always find her in the concession stand, unless she had kids to go watch in the show ring. That's about the only time she could be pulled away from her work. Doc and Ruth Linton, and then Ruth all on her own after Doc's passing, received many accolades and awards. They were the West Virginia Outstanding Farm Family, and Ruth was recognized as a West Virginia Agriculture Woman of the Year. But no title meant more to her than Grandma, and everyone from her grandkids to her medical doctor knew her as such. As we talked about Grandma Linton in the days and weeks of her passing, We use the word matriarch to describe her. She could certainly be described as one of the matriarchs of the fair. She was a pillar of strength to the beautiful family she and Doc made, and also to the Berkeley County Youth Fair family. As a family, we certainly couldn't imagine what the week of the fair would be like without her. It doesn't surprise us at all that, for the year following her death, the Berkeley County Youth Fair wasn't quite sure how to go on without her, or Uncle George, or Miss Charlotte either. Despite the challenges this year has presented, this is still Fair Week. So eat some good food, drink some sweet tea, take a moment to remember those we've lost, and make some new memories with the ones you love.
Wow, well, there you have it. 3 amazing individuals, Charlotte, George, and Ruth. We remember you this week, and we will hear your memorials again. But I hope that the younger generation who maybe didn't get to meet them or experience their commitment to the youth fair, as they watch those videos, that it's something that inspired them and would encourage them to do the same. So thank you so much for bringing those to us this evening, to the board, Shelley, and all the volunteers who worked hard to bring those to us, and to those families. Thank you for the contributions that your loved ones made to the Berkeley County Youth Fair. Their memories live on in the legacy that they left behind. So at this point, Matt, we're going to head into a commercial break, and then we will be back with the first segment, I guess you would say, of our indoor exhibits. We haven't seen any of those yet. Mikey Withrow is going to be with us. He was quite a hit last night with our viewers, so he's back in tonight in the studio, and he is going to introduce each one of those exhibits for us. And then following that, we will begin the sheep show.
Yeah, Mikey was definitely the star of the show and the fun fact man.
I know.
For last
I can't wait
night.
to see what he comes up with tonight.
Oh, I'm sure he'll have a bunch of them. He'll actually be on air most of the indoor exhibit.
Oh, my goodness.
As we go into this commercial break, I want to remind you this portion of the Youth Fair was brought to you by WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Their locations in Martinsburg and in Charlestown. We're back with more of the Youth Fair after this.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown-Ranson.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details. When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by 15th District State Senator Patricia Rucker, who salutes all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. It is time to go indoors, although we're indoors all week this week with it being virtual, but it is time to go to the indoor exhibits as we send it back to the host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
That's right. We are excited to bring you the indoor exhibits, and this is the first. We are actually, there's so many indoor exhibits that we've broken them down into several nights. So tonight you're going to see just a snapshot, and each night after that you will see a few more. To help me introduce them and do some commentary and probably provide some fun facts along the way, we have the 4-H Extension Agent. I'm going to start calling you Agent Mikey. Agent Mikey with blah. Okay, let me try that again.
You got
See?
ahead of yourself.
I know, I did. So
because Mikey's a pro now, so he can.
I know, right? I mean, he's going to take my job over.
Absolutely not. I would say you guys keep using the words pro and expert, and I don't know if I can handle it.
I know your sister can.
Yeah, Sarah's already called me out, so
okay.
she's already watching.
I think you're an expert. He knows a lot more about everything than we do, right, Matt? I mean, all things youth fair.
All things and the fun facts. Again,
yeah,
he's the fun fact man.
But anyways, so here we go. We're going to dive in. We're going to hear all about, or at least get a start on the indoor exhibits, and you have them all queued up, and I think Matt has them ready to go. We're going to see pictures, and you're going to provide us a description.
Yep.
And we're going to hear their names. Now remember, okay, this is where I want to give a quick plug before Mikey gets started. People's Choice. So there are 2 People's Choice Awards tonight for the indoor exhibits. Make sure you go to the website, vote for your favorite. You need to know their name and their exhibitor number, so pay attention to those so that you can vote for your favorite. And just so you know, we did already announce the winners from Sunday's People's Choice Award, but I'm going to say them again just because we want to congratulate them all night long, and that was, we had 1 winner for the dog show last night. Savannah McDonald was exhibitor number 134. She was the dog show, dog tricks, and dog costume People's Choice Award. And then for our goat exhibitors, non-dairy was Madeline Emmerich. The dairy was Gibson Crumley, and the last one, but certainly not least, the market goat was Austin Jordan for People's Choice. So congratulations, and make sure you vote. So here we go. Mikey, take us into the indoor exhibits, please.
Absolutely. So as we get started, indoor exhibits cover anything that is non-livestock that kids are filling out in their 4-H project books, as well as in a normal year we would invite FFA members to come in, show off projects that they complete in their SAEP, which is Supervised Agricultural Experience Program, as well as welcoming in Boys and Girls Club photography, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. So it's all of the youth projects that are not necessarily outside animal-esque projects. Okay. So the first category we have, 4-H has 27 unique project areas. that we split into 17 different indoor groups. So the first one that is indoors is actually Indoor Animal Science, Section 2. So I believe the first photo should be Exhibitor 151, Miss Ashton Lazarek.
And we were sent these pictures as they were, so just a reminder that
that's perfect. It's just
this is what we can do.
Absolutely. So in this project, what they are examining are pretty much what is making up the cell in an animal. So you can see that she outlines all the different parts, does a very great job of making sure that you can see all the definitions clearly. So the indoor judges for Veterinary Science Year 1, Class 001, Ashton Lazarek, Exhibitor 151, is a first premium ribbon.
Tell me before we go on, tell me what ribbons are available. So.
Absolutely. So for indoor projects, we have first premium, second premium, and third premium. And to be eligible for those ribbons, you have to at least start with a blue ribbon.
Okay.
So if it's not a blue ribbon project, it is not eligible for the premiums.
Okay.
And all of it is based on scores. So every class, every division has their own score sheet.
Because I can vividly remember going through the indoor exhibit hall and seeing them and seeing some with blue, reds, and then they would have additional ribbons. So some of them have multiple ribbons. So I always wondered how that worked.
And that's something a lot of people don't realize. With the style of judging that we do, you don't necessarily have to have a blue ribbon.
Okay.
So I know a lot of people are like, oh, there's only one project, we got a blue ribbon. Not necessarily.
Right.
So
they don't meet the criteria
we
of
really
blue.
focus on that quality of project.
Okay.
So moving right along, in Veterinary Science Year 2, Indoor Animal Science, your first exhibitor is 283, Miss Carson Wright. And as you can see in this kind of bumps it up a little bit from that Year 1 cell project. So now we're looking more about animal disease and disorders.
Wow.
So the project should be, just like she has it, it's going to be a poster that has all the information about animal diseases. She does a phenomenal job outlining. On the bottom middle, right there, you can actually see that she outlines some of the local doctors of veterinary medicine. So this is really about making those connections about diseases as well as the cycle of some diseases. There you can see those references very good. Dr. Michelle Edwards, Dr. John Boyd, Kimberly Bedford, and Cleveland Clinical Mobile Vet. So this project requires them to take an in-depth look at these animal diseases and go very much, into their subject. So for exhibitor number 283, Carson Wright, she received a first premium ribbon.
Very good.
So next should be entry 337, Miss Ashley Mullis. She did her project on specific rabbit as far as her project, so biting lice. Rabbit is her species of choice. And what she has done is she has, as you can see, she makes a list, makes it a little bit easier to read, as well as make sure that it highlights all of those big points that we asked for in her project. So Ashley Mullis, exhibitor 337, Veterinary Science Year 2, received a blue ribbon.
Very good.
So the next one, we're going to jump down to Class 6. So I'm going to take a real quick break and say Class 4 and 5, which will be Cat Project and Small Pet, they will be announced during a separate show of themselves.
Right. The pet show is going to be Friday.
Yes,
it hasn't been put on the show online, but I know a lot of people have been asking, when is the small pet?
Yep. And I want to make sure I hit on that before I forgot.
Yes,
so that will be its own show, like she said, on Friday.
On Friday, yes.
So for Class 6, Class 6 is a self-determined project. Self-determined allows exhibitors to take an in-depth look at something that they're passionate about.
Okay.
You'll also see later in the week that we have a Class 17 that has, this is 4-H, self-determined, intermediate, and younger, and self-determined, intermediate, advanced.
Okay.
But some of those are broken up into the specific categories. That way they're judged by the experts that we bring in to judge.
Okay.
So the self-determined project for this year was by exhibitor 147, recognizable name from yesterday, Miss Alicia Schilt.
Wow.
She did her projects on hatching out eggs for their farm. So as you go through the pictures, you'll actually see the different steps of incubation, of this picture of when they actually hatch out, and the last picture of when they are actually fully mature. And that's, the best part about self-determined is allows the exhibitor to take the charge and take the lead and truly do something that they're passionate about. So these birds went on to be continuous at the farms. As you can see by the picture, they are fully mature at this point, I believe. So they are egg-laying chicks.
Nice.
And, you know, a lot of people don't realize a lot of our exhibitors in the poultry classes, as well as, you know, across species, they keep the animals year to year and use the offspring for the next year's younger class. So that's where, like, your junior kids, junior does will come from.
Okay.
So for that self-determined Class 6, exhibitor 147, Alicia Schilt, it received a first premium ribbon.
Very good.
So congratulations to all of those veterinary science classes winners.
Okay. So remember, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 exhibitors that could win the People's Choice.
Absolutely,
Right,
absolutely.
okay. And then on to plant science.
Yes, plant science is a little bit broader of a category, just because with the indoor animal science, we do have so many species that are already outside. So the indoor does cover a lot of area. So the first one that we actually cover in indoor is potatoes. It's a very easy project to start with. You know, it's one of those crops that you kind of can plant and watch grow. You do have to tend to it. You have to hill it, make sure it's getting adequate nutrients and water, all of those, you know, basic plant needs. But it also requires them to dig them. In some of the photos, you'll actually be able to see some of the plants. So starting off this class, we have exhibitor number 105, Mr. Lane Gosnell. Potatoes are judged mostly on appearance. So you're looking for kind of blemish-free, no sunspots, no deep bruising, no eyes, and eyes are where they actually start different root development for the next year of growing. So Lane here has some Kennebec potatoes. As you can see, they are white in nature. You know, potatoes come in multiple different colors. You have white-skinned, red-skinned, as well as golden potatoes on the inside. We do have some members that are getting into kind of specialty potatoes, as I would call them, where they're blue, different shades inside. So as you can see from this picture, this is his potato beds. And for this project, Lane was awarded a first premium ribbon.
Okay. That was 105. So our next one is?
Entry 193, Miss Haley McKinney. And again, as you can tell, I believe these are as well white potatoes. As you can see from kind of the outside of it, kind of shows through. And something to note on these, a lot of people want that washed potato look. For our project, we asked them to actually not wash them. And the reason for that is we want to see what they look like when you pull them out of the ground. So we want you to pull them out of the ground, brush them off lightly, but don't scrub them. Because scrubbing them can actually harm them for when you go on to storage.
Okay.
So we kind of discourage that fact. And for Miss Haley there, if you want to flip over to her next picture, it should be of her garden. Maybe? If not, it's fine. So as you can tell from the size of these potatoes, we do ask them for a plate of 4. Depending upon the variety, some of them fill the entire plate. We also have some smaller Pontiac varieties that will actually just be kind of half the plate size. So it really truly depends. So Haley McKinney, exhibitor 193, was actually our second premium winner.
Very good.
And there was no pictures with that one. So some of them had 3, some of them had 1. So just as we're going along again, these are what we were given. So if you're wondering why some are getting 2 or 3 pictures and some are only getting 1, it's what we were given.
It works. All right, next one we have entry number 14, Miss Bailey Reardon.
Number 14?
We do not have a number 14.
What number do you have next?
Next is 69.
69, we can go with it.
Should we read who 14 was, and then if we or
So what I can actually do, unorthodox in nature, but you know nobody's surprised by what Mikey does in life. So 14 and 69 are actually related. So Hawk Kindig and Bailey Reardon, and actually, if you want to go ahead and flash up picture number 84. I'll go ahead and do a triple threat here. So 14, 69, and 84. That is 14 Bailey Reardon, 69 Hawk Kindig, and 84 Jordan Kindig. A lot of what our exhibitors do are still family gardens. So all three of them are actually in the same family garden.
Wow. Mm-hmm.
So I figured that was why it's safe to go ahead and use the set of pictures we have for all three of them.
Sure.
So Hawk, Bailey, and Jordan, obviously they have golden potatoes there. Yukon Gold is one of the more popular varieties due to their ease of growing. Earlier I brought up the fact that they could actually kind of catch sun blight or sunburn, if you will. If you look on the bottom potato to the left, you'll see that dark spot. That is actually from the sun developing. A lot of times what happens is as potatoes grow on the roots, they are tubers. So as they start to peek through the top of the soil, they can get sunburnt just like humans can. So that is actually what that designates. Yeah, fun fact for potatoes. Didn't plan fun facts for potatoes, but hey, threw that in there. So all three of these plates of potatoes have that kind of sunburnt. Some of them are already growing eyes, so they're a little bit late in maturity. So number 14, Bailey Reardon, got a red ribbon.
Okay.
Number 69, Hawk Kendig, got a red ribbon. And number 84, Jordan Kendig, also got a red ribbon.
Great job. And we have one more in this class.
261, Faith Reiner. So Faith actually has multiple types of potatoes in her project. She has Pontiac Reds, which are there laying right now. And then she also has a white or golden variety of potatoes. It doesn't actually claim it. But this is kind of typical of what you will see under one plant or one hill. While we encourage your project to be 4 of the same size potatoes, I thought this was a great representation of what you actually get. And it's kind of that good lesson in agriculture as far as you can plant as much as you want, but that's not necessarily what you're going to have in the outcome. So she did a great job raising both varieties. And for that, she was awarded a red ribbon as well.
Great job. So that was class 1, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, in plant science. So now we're ready to move on to class 4.
Class 4, yes. See Them
7.
Sprout.
Wow.
So See Them Sprout is the first year of actual vegetable gardening. And what you'll notice with some of these pictures is vegetable gardening is just like gambling in the sense of you never know if the date you planted is actually going to hit when you need them. So you will see some that have a very bountiful basket, but you will see some that have very slim pickings.
Wow.
And again, that's spinning the wheel of Russian roulette with gardening. You never know what's actually truly going to hit. So to start off this class, we have entry 214, exhibitor number 214, Leland Shoemaker. And this is his exhibit. This is one of the more detailed baskets that you'll see. It has squash, some beets, tomatoes, early cucumbers, maybe even some radishes thrown in there. A lot of different vegetables go into this basket. We also asked them to put in a creative picture, and this is what he chose. He is one of our younger 4-H members, so he made a 4 out of squash and an H out of cucumbers. And that middle one is a patty pan squash as well. Truly showing all that he has in his project. And again, 214 Leland Shoemaker, for all of this amazing gardening wonders, he was awarded a first premium ribbon.
Very good. Next we have
entry number 17, exhibitor 17, Blake Puffenberger. Again, very bountiful early garden. You can see some early carrots, squash. You're going to hear me say squash. It's actually zucchini, multiple different names, beets, spring onions. Again, a plethora of early vegetables. Truly shows the dedication these kids are putting out in their gardens. And again, you will see very diverse crops, of course, across the board for all the See Them Sprout, depending upon what they put in their garden. So exhibitor number 17, Blake Puffenberger, received a second premium ribbon. And of course, there is his full garden.
Very nice.
All right, next entry, exhibitor 282. Again, this is one of those luck of the draws. So bountiful cucumber harvest, zucchini as well as patty pan squash. I think they're in the back tucked in. It is a cabbage. It's one of the two. All right. Again, with these projects, it's the luck of the draw. He was still able to produce at least 5 vegetables in his basket, which is kind of the minimum of what we asked them to do. And to be eligible for these premiums, again, it would have had to be a blue ribbon project. So exhibitor 282, Justin Robertson. There you can see a shot of his garden. Very plentiful, very green, very vibrant. For his basket, exhibitor 282, Justin Robertson, received a 3rd premium ribbon. Coming up next should be exhibitor number 300, Miss Megan Hess. Again, we're getting close to that number of crops, but if you look, she has a great variety of crops that are coming in. It looks like it's a very early garden, so we have some, looks like a yellow zucchini, tomato, pepper, and cucumber. Again, luck of the draw. Something that was hard this year had to do a lot with the low amount of rain that we had. Hard to grow stuff when there's not a lot of moisture out.
Sure, I can imagine.
So the kids are seeing firsthand true struggles that agriculturists are seeing every day. And you know, again, that's the luck of the draw. That's the game you play. So exhibitor 300, Miss Megan Hess, received a blue ribbon.
And next we have
exhibitor 157, Miss Cheyenne Grove, the lone tomato. So again, we are not going to fault kids for what they're turning in because we know of these early season issues. And the fact that we asked for these submissions even earlier in July
I guess that did
put another
impact
strain
Yes,
on it.
Right.
So the fact that some of these kids had projects, and if you look at it, it's a good quality tomato.
I was going to say, that's a good looking tomato.
It's a good looking tomato. So in 4-H and FFA, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, I'll speak for all of them. I think we always want to reward them in what they're capable of doing, not what they're lacking. And I think this is a prime example. So as you go through the projects, it's something that our judges all keep in mind. So Miss Cheyenne Grove, exhibitor 157, was awarded a red ribbon.
Okay, nice.
Next is exhibitor 356, Mr. Logan Long. We had the lone tomato, and now we have the lone beans. Again, we are looking at the quality of these. You know, you're looking for blemishes. You want consistent lengths. You want, you know, all the tendrils to be on there. You want good quality looking produce, just like you would want good quality looking stock like we had last night in the goat show. So while they're not judged the same as a goat, they are judged on kind of different criteria, but we are looking at quality versus quantity. So for Mr. Logan Long, exhibitor 356, he was awarded a red ribbon as well.
And one more in this group.
Exhibitor 171, Miss Michaela Grove. As you can tell, I believe her and 157, Cheyenne Grove, are related because she also has the lone tomato. But again, if you look at it, this one has a little bit of blemish on that top. But again, with everything they do, we feel that it is important to recognize effort, especially in these projects. So exhibitor number 171, Miss Michaela Grove, is going to receive a white ribbon. Again, healthy looking plants, healthy looking garden. It's just the luck of the draw, especially when you're trying to pick in early July.
Great group. 7 great plant science class 4 projects. Very
Absolutely.
Nice. And we have one more of our indoor exhibits to show tonight, and that's section 3 plant science class 6.
Yes, class 6, Let's Get Growing. So you'll hear a difference from See Them Sprout to Let's Get Growing. It just has to do with the number of years that the exhibitors have taken these projects. And you'll see the same thing with indoor projects, animal projects. They all have specific names that go up and down. So Rams, Lambs, and You, for example, will be the sheep project that a lot of our first through third year members, sorry, they're tongue twister, actually take to get introduction to sheep. So for Let's Get Growing, year 6, we had one entry, exhibitor number 350, Mr. Grayson Anderson.
Let's see what
350. So this is going to be kind of one of your more seasoned exhibitors. So as you can tell, they did a very good job at their early harvest, perfect timing as far as when to get these plants in the ground. What a lot of people don't realize is some of these plants were probably started by seed and other ones was started by actual plants, mostly beans, your onions, a lot of your leafy greens, peas, that type of stuff will be started by seed. Squashes, tomatoes, that kind of stuff will be started by plant. So for his efforts, exhibitor number 350, Grayson Anderson, received a first premium exhibit. So those are kind of the higher and more advanced levels of the kind of project areas. It just kind of depends on where they're at, what year they started, when they all kind of got to play in the game. So they are all different, and this is kind of the apex of that Let's Get Growing year 1 as they finish the See Them Sprout series.
Looks good to me. Yum.
And we actually have the exhibitor we were missing earlier, number 14. It was Bailey Reardon.
Yes, sir.
That we can go back to.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure we showed that for the People's Choice, and just because we want to show everyone. So, Miss Youth Fair saved the day. Can we get a shot of her back in the corner? We didn't put her in the corner, but yes, we'll have her say hello. Say hello, Hannah. Hannah saved the day. She brought us the Missing Fair Project. So we're going to have her be our guest in and out of the studio tonight. How's that?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Thank you, Miss Hannah. We'll bring you back in a little bit.
I should have made her announce it is what I should have done. All right. So again, this should be exhibitor number 14, Miss Bailey Reardon. Exhibitor number 14. And again, quality potatoes, Yukon Golds. It just has some of those blemishes that you get in that more mature stage of potato harvesting. I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, they look like good potatoes to me. If you look at that back left one, right in the center, you can actually see some of the eyes start to form. That is where you will get new growth of greenery up above the ground, and it's premature starting growth for the following year. So you could actually cut that, put it in the ground. It would continue to grow for next year's harvest.
Right.
So, and again, Bailey, number 14, got a red ribbon.
So I think that does it, right?
That is
our
indoor
exhibits for tonight. There's lots more where those came from, so we'll take a look at some more tomorrow night, right?
Absolutely.
And every night I think we're going to have a few here and there sprinkled around because there's so many of them. And so thank you so much for that, for presenting those to us. And we are going to head into break and come back and be ready for what everybody's been waiting for tonight, the Sheep Show.
The indoor exhibits were brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm. You can visit them at skinnerlawfirm.com, where they treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. We will be back with more of this year's 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair after this commercial break.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers. Not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsini's.com.
This is Joe Ferretti. You often hear me on Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave discussing issues of the day. As an attorney, I help local residents with their questions about automobile wrecks, insurance disputes, and other types of injury claims. It's been my privilege to have served this community for almost 30 years. For a free consultation about your case, contact me at the law firm of Mansion Ferretti at 304-264-8505 or go to our website at wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program is brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer, Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Fun times with the indoor exhibit. Makes me really want a tomato after seeing a couple of those. And now we will move on to the sheep part of the evening. Back over to our host for the evening and the week, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. So we are ready to go. We've got the 3 people in the studio that are going to help us through all of the sheep show. I want to introduce them to you. We have the sheep show chair, McKenna Floor. We have the livestock chairperson, Judy Sechrist. And we already introduced Mikey, so Mikey needs no introduction. He's there to fill in with fun facts as we have time. So welcome to everyone. And McKenna, please get us started. I know you're going to start with, we first want to show what's up for grabs, right? The awards. Let's see the picture of the awards that's coming right now. There you go. You can see what we are going to, the competition is for tonight, and those are some of the awards that are going to be given out tonight, not actually physically, but we will be announcing those awards tonight. And also, McKenna's going to start by telling us who the judge of the Sheep Show 2020 is. McKenna?
And before I jump into the intro, I just want to thank all of my exhibitors and their families for getting everything turned in and choosing to be part of our fair, even though we couldn't be in person. It was a lot of hard work all year long on your part, and it really shows in your videos and your photos. So our judge for today's show is Nick Fowler from Hardin County, Ohio. He is a 2018 graduate of Ohio State University with a degree in agricultural education. He was a member of the 2016 livestock judging team and an assistant coach for the 2017 team. Currently, he works as a crop insurance adjuster in Northwest Ohio. He raises Southdown sheep with his family. Over the past few years, he has judged sheep, goats, and cattle in 7 different states. So, and the first class that we have this evening is our senior, our junior ewes. Our junior ewe lambs. 7
exhibitors.
Yes. So our first exhibitor is Miss Gracie Winecoop. She is exhibitor number 66. And the judge had this to say about her lamb. This one is presented very well. Is built and balances great. I'd maybe like to give her a shot more muscle.
Just a quick reminder as we go into this show, the People's Choice Award for this part of the show, make sure you write down your favorite name and exhibitor's name and exhibitor number so you can vote on our website.
And you'll see her bracing, kind of getting that knee down, and it kind of looks like they're pulling their neck, elongating their neck, just to really show that muscle tone. So exhibitor number 2, is Hawk Kendig, exhibitor 69. This ewe lamb had some muscle and is in good shape. I need to give her some more length extension and level her up in her skeleton. Our next exhibitor.
Just before we move on, just since we didn't see his number, let's repeat that one more time. So that was number 69, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's exhibitor 69. Very good. Next exhibitor is?
Peyton Dugan, exhibitor 122. The judge said, I like the length and extension of this one. Good in her structure and level topped. She needs more muscle and a depth of flank.
I'll say, and you'll see Peyton just as she was in yesterday. You will see her multiple times throughout this show as well throughout the week. Again, a testament to how well and how passionate our showmen are for the agriculture that they pursue.
All right. Our next exhibitor is Brian Long, exhibitor number 153. This lamb is well balanced and feminine. I need to see more growth than overall muscle shape, though.
When they say feminine, what does that mean? Is there is it mean? I mean, I'm just curious. Do you know?
So do you want to?
So femininity, I'm going to say that word, it's going to be butchered, believe me. But it is one of those those quality characteristics that you see across all females of their species.
Okay.
So you will hear it a lot as well in dairy. Femininity is a very important thing. It has to do with the cleanliness of how they appear while they're being judged.
Oh, good to know.
So it gives them that classification score as well.
All right. And our next exhibitor?
Right. That would be Haley McKinney, exhibitor number 193. This one has some muscle and good depth of body. I need to give her more extension and a stouter bone. And remember, these are all the comments from our judge as he went through.
Okay.
Our next exhibitor is Nicholas Byers, exhibitor 303. This one is stout, structured, and has plenty of muscle. I'd like to see her sheared down or fitted. I'd also like to give her some more growth and length of body. And then our next exhibitor will be Reese Barrett, exhibitor number 381. This one is heavy muscled and stout structured. She balances up fairly well with plenty of body and depth. I need to level her out of her hip and give her more extension. And that completes our first class of our junior ewes.
Very good. So one class in the books there, class 9, and I guess we're ready for the placings and ribbons. So as you announce those, Judy, are you going to tell us who?
Are you going to do the placings?
Okay.
Yeah, we're not up to this yet.
Okay, for the sponsors.
Yeah.
Okay, very
you
good.
got placings.
Yes, I do. So you want to go bottom to top? Top to bottom.
Your show.
First.
That's what we did last night. Yeah.
All right, we started at the top. So first in this class is going to be Gracie Winecoop, exhibitor number 66, with a blue ribbon. Second in our show is going to be Reese Barrett, also with a blue ribbon, and that's exhibitor number 381. Third in our show for this class is Peyton Dugan, exhibitor 122, with a blue ribbon. Placing fourth is Nicholas Byers, exhibitor 303, with a red ribbon. Fifth place is Brian Long, exhibitor 153, with a red ribbon. Sixth is Haley McKinney, exhibitor 193, also with a red ribbon. And finishing out our class in seventh is going to be Hawk Kendig, exhibitor 69, with a red ribbon as well.
Great job, everyone. And as we close out that class, we are going to head into a commercial break. Don't forget to vote for your People's Choice on the website. Matt, take us to commercial.
As we head into this commercial break, I want to remind everybody that this portion of the program is brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremation. Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service funeral home proudly serving our area since 1880. Back with more from this year's 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair after this commercial break.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body. Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Welcome back into this year's 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the program is brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. Back with our host of this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, good evening, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the first part of our sheep show. We have a lot more for you, as well as later on, we're going to see the rabbit show. So stick with us all night. We're here until 10 o'clock. And we're going to move right on to Class 10 Junior Ewe Lamb with McKenna, the chair of this show. Take us in, I think we have 7 exhibitors, so we're ready to see those.
So our first exhibitor for our senior ewe lamb is going to be Brianna Lowe, exhibitor number 21. And the judge said, has a good basic build and structure, adequate in her muscle. I need to elevate her in the front end to balance her up better. Next is going to be exhibitor 62, Garrett Glassford. This is a nice ewe, well presented. She balances well, yet has width and muscle when you get in behind her. I love the stout bone she stands on. I'd like to give her a notch more extension and lengthen her out of her hip. Coming into our ring next is exhibitor 66, Gracie Winecoop. This one is really broody, stout structured, and big bodied. I need to give her some more expression of muscle and elevate her up through the front third. Exhibitor 72 is going to be Holden Custer. This is a nice balanced feminine female. She just needs more base width and total muscle.
Is there a limit to how many exhibits one exhibitor can have? As far as I've noticed, a couple have multiple ones.
Yeah, they're allowed to have one in each class, age class.
So
like there's 2 ewe lambs, and then they got fall ewe, yearling. They can do each class.
Wow.
They're allowed to have one.
Very nice.
And a lot of these kids bring families of lambs. So their most senior doe will be in the highest class, and then her offspring will be in the younger classes as they come in.
I see.
So our next exhibitor is 105, Lane Gosnell. This one has good shape to her top and plenty of center body. Stands on stout bone. I need to change her off her rear legs. She needs to set down square. exhibitor number 126, Remington Webb, is coming in with a lamb, a really nice ewe. She balances great, yet still has tons of muscle, shape, and expression while standing on stout feet and legs. This one does a great job of combining muscle and structure. And finishing out our class is going to be exhibitor 303, Nicholas Byers. This one has plenty of muscle. She needs to have more length, extension, and looks from the side. So then when we go into our placings,
let's hear how they did.
First place for this class with a blue ribbon is going to be Remington Webb, exhibitor number 126. In second place, we're going to see Garrett Glassford, exhibitor 62, with a blue ribbon. In third place, exhibitor 66, Gracie Winecoop, with a blue ribbon as well. In fourth, we're going to have exhibitor 105, Lane Gosnell, with a blue ribbon. In fifth, exhibitor 21, Brianna Lowe, with a blue ribbon. In sixth, exhibitor 72, Holden Custer, with a blue ribbon. And in seventh, Nicholas Byers, exhibitor 303, with a red ribbon. Now, our judge did say in his comments that all of these classes were very competitive. And
wow, really?
Yes.
So 2 classes in the Sheep Show Inn. I hope you've found some favorites to vote on, and we're going to head into break and come back with Class 11.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Johnny's, serving restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Visit them on Route 11 South in Chambersburg and Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. We are back with more from this year's 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair after this commercial break.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away, featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales or call 301-750-2182.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
This is Joe Ferretti. You often hear me on Eastern Panhandle Talk with Rob and Dave discussing issues of the day. As an attorney, I help local residents with their questions about automobile wrecks, insurance disputes, and other types of injury claims. It's been my privilege to have served this community for almost 30 years. For a free consultation about your case, contact me at the law firm of Mansion Ferretti at 304-264-8505 or go to our website at wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you, kind of guiding the ship going in and out of all of the breaks. We'll send it back over to our panel and host Mary Beth Blair in just a moment. But first, this portion of the Monday Youth Fair is brought to you by West Virginia Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success they deserve. It is 5:26. We are rolling through the first hour and a half, so back over.
Down and what? 5? What's that make? 4.5 to go?
I'll let you do that mental math. Back over to our host.
My brain is already fried now.
The voice you just heard, leading us throughout the week, is Mary Beth Blair.
Seriously, though, the time flies when you're having fun. We sure had fun last night. 6 hours of Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair, and here we are, night 2, having a great time again. Thank you for joining us and supporting us this week. We hope that you have a great Fair Week experience virtually. And we're right before the break. We were had just saw 2 classes in our sheep show, and we're ready to see the next class. Our chairperson is going to take us there. McKenna, please get us started.
All right, so this is our Fall U class. We have 1 entry in this class, and that is Exhibitor 303, Nicholas Byers. So our judge said, this is a nice ewe, big-bodied and wide-based. I'd like to give her more extension and length of body. So since this is our only entry in this class, it will take first with a red ribbon. So just like Mikey said earlier, we do base everything on their scores. So just because you're the only, you're still held to that quality of animal.
Correct. Got it. All right.
So that'll finish up our Fall U class. And our next class will be our yearling ewes. Our first exhibitor in this class is number 15, Bo Dugan. This one is wide-based and stout-structured. She has plenty of shape and is in good condition. I'd like to elevate her front end and give her more extension. You can kind of see him trying to extend her as he sets her up for the video.
And one thing to talk about with these ewes as they start coming in, Suffolks can get upwards of 180 to 250 pounds in ewes, and then their male counterpart rams can get upwards of about 350 pounds. So they don't say that small lamb that you saw in the first couple of classes. They do grow up to kind of be a lot heavier than what normal people expect.
Good fun fact.
Yeah. And our second entry in this class is going to be Exhibitor 303, Nicholas Byers. This is a nice ewe, good growth and length of body, adequate in her muscle. I'd like to see more bone and total width of skeleton.
If I'm not mistaken, I've seen this young man several times tonight.
And you will continue.
I think he's passionate about them.
So he's the only one in his family that actually shows sheep. The rest of them are strictly beef and dairy.
He found his own.
Absolutely.
He found his niche. And that does complete our class with our 2 entries. So taking first in this class is going to be exhibitor number 15, Bo Dugan, with a blue ribbon. And then taking second with a red ribbon is going to be Nicholas Byers, 303. And that fills out our yearling class of lambs. We have one more class for our breeding stock this evening, and that is our mature ewes. So these are going to be the bigger girls in the bunch.
Got it.
So our first entry out of 2 is going to be Exhibitor 69, Hawk Kendig. This is a nice ewe. Plenty of shape and balances up well. Good condition for a mature ewe.
fun fact about some of these ewes, they can actually memorize 50 faces of other sheep. But the crazy part is, once they're shorn, so once you actually cut all the fleece off, they actually go through a period of time where they don't actually know who each other are again. So they begin to fight again to get their hierarchy reestablished.
That's a really fun fact.
And then thank you, Mikey. And then our second entry is Exhibitor 122, Peyton Dugan. Now our judge said this is a really well-balanced ewe with a great look from the side. Plenty of muscle and very fresh and youthful appearing for a mature ewe. Right, and so placing first in this class is going to be Exhibitor 122, Peyton Dugan, with a blue ribbon. And placing second is going to be Hawk Kendig, Exhibitor 69, with a red ribbon.
Great job, everyone. We're going to head into a commercial break before the big awards in this group, and we're going to come back with Grand Champion and Reserve. And so get ready for that as we take a quick break. We'll be right back to share the big news with you for those.
As we head into this break, this portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They are changing the car buying experience. Visit them and see their full list of inventory at HagerstownFord.com or FordofHagerstown.com. The internet's a great thing. Both of those websites will take you to the exact same place. Back with more from the Youth Fair after this.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday, I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law.
but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you on TV 10 at WRNR TV on YouTube. We appreciate you tuning in. Over 2,700 tuned in just on YouTube last night.
Get out.
We cannot have a number on the TV because Comcast doesn't like us to have that kind of information. But on YouTube, we can tell you it was 2,700 people last night. And that was just night one, so it doesn't count the people that are going to go back and watch at a later date. So we appreciate everybody that has been tuning in. This portion of the Youth Fair is brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democrat candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes all the best to this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. And again, it is election season, which is why most of these sound like politicians that are red, but they want to make sure that their name is out there and they're wishing the best,
great job,
to this year's youth. Back to the voice you just heard, the host of this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
So yeah, we want to know who you are out there watching. We want to see your face. We can't be at the Youth Fair grounds to see you in person, so snap a picture, post it to your Facebook, and tag us so that we can see that and share it with everyone. We want to see how everyone's enjoying the first ever and hopefully only virtual youth fair. We're having fun to bring it to you into your homes this year, and we're just glad that there is a fair of some kind. I know it's disappointing that we're not there at the fairgrounds, but this is the next best thing, and we are excited now to be able to share with you the Grand Champion Ewe for the U class. And McKenna, you're going to share that with us.
So we are. Our previous segments have shown all of our entries into our breeding competition. So we're going to bring back our first place from each of those classes, our top animals in each one. So for our Junior U class, we are bringing back Exhibitor 66, Gracie Winecoop. For our Senior U class, we are bringing back Exhibitor 126, Remington Webb. For our Fall U class, we are bringing back Exhibitor 303, Nicholas Byers. For our Yearling class, we are bringing back Exhibitor 15, Bo Dugan. And for our Mature U class, we are bringing back Exhibitor 122, Peyton Dugan. Okay, so the moment you've all been waiting for our Grand Champion Ewe for our Breeding 2020 show is going to be Exhibitor 126, Remington Webb.
Good job.
And Remington will be receiving a $25 gift from Berkeley County Farm Bureau and a banner from Shady Grove Farm, Mark Orr and family.
So then we are going to bring back our second place from our Senior U class because Remington's lamb was from our Senior U class. So it's closest match set. So our second place in that class was Exhibitor 62, Garrett Glassford. And again, our judge would have looked at all of those animals, the other four, plus this one brought back into the ring. And our judge has named Exhibitor number 62, Garrett Glassford, our reserve champion for our U classes.
And Garrett will receive $10 from the Berkeley County Farm Bureau and a banner sponsored by Leah and Jackson Lucas.
Thank you to
guys.
Everyone who sponsored our awards as well. We would not be able to provide these kids with these plaques, these trophies, these ribbons without the community support that we do have. So all of our exhibitors are expected to write thank yous to those who sponsor these awards throughout the year.
That was a great showing of all of those animals. Congratulations to the grand champion, the reserve champion, and we will be taking a commercial break now, but then when we head back, we're going to be going into the market lambs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we have quite a few to show in there. I
We
think
do.
a lot. Do you know how many classes? I think, if I remember, like 11?
We have 8 classes.
8 classes.
Eight
Okay.
classes.
All right, so
Yes, we
we're
do.
probably only halfway, maybe not even halfway through
Not even
the
half,
lamb show.
but it's a nice competitive show coming to you.
Okay, well, we're ready for that, and we are ready for another break.
Another break to take. This portion of the Youth Fair was brought to you by 60th House of Delegates District Democratic candidate Brad Knoll, who wishes all the best to this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back after this short commercial break.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Welcome back into the, let's get rid of that echo right there. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program is brought to you by Orsini's Appliances. Stop by and visit PJ and the boys over at Orsini's at their still relatively new location right off of Hack Wilson Way off of Route 9 in Martinsburg. Back over to our host and welcoming a special guest in this segment. Mary Beth, who are we talking to?
Well, we have Miss Hannah Alt, who is Miss Youth Fair, Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair 2019. Welcome back. Hannah's with us again tonight. She was with us last night. We learned a little bit about her last night. In fact, a fun fact about Hannah is that she was in one of the shows last night. You want to tell us about what it was like to watch the kids who are watching tonight, other youth tonight? What are they feeling as they're sitting at home? Are they nervous? Were you nervous last night as you watched everything come together?
I was probably more excited than anything, because usually when we get the opportunity to show at the actual fair, you get nervous before you go in the arena, but it's a good kind of nervous. And afterwards, you don't really want to come out of the arena. You want to keep going in and going in. But this year, since we had to do everything beforehand, it was kind of like calm, and we just had to sit back and wait and see what the results were.
Now, I was reading on Facebook today a lot of different posts and a lot of people very excited about the market lamb shows that we're going to see coming up next. And so this must be a big day at the fair, correct? I mean, sheep shows a big, I mean, all of them are important, but yes, so it must be, because I saw a lot of buzz on Facebook about it today. Do you have some friends who will be showing tonight?
I do, actually. Yeah. I've seen pictures of all their lambs, and they have turned out really nice. I'm really excited to see.
So we have a really competitive few shows, the show's about to get very competitive. And also, important note is that when we go into this, it's the market lamb portion. So this means that many of these will, not all necessarily, but many will be a part of the livestock auction. So that means you, as a viewer, as a community member, could buy one of these animals that you're about to see in this next portion. That will all open up on Wednesday. That's when the auction begins, and you'll be learning more about that as well. So, Hannah, have you ever had one of yours bought at auction?
I have. My very first year in 4-H, I showed a market goat, and I remember how upset I was when I had to sell it. But I actually, the buyer of my goat donated it back to me.
Oh wow, that's good. How often does that happen?
I'm not really sure. It doesn't happen too often. I think it really just depends on who it is. Sometimes it depends on the company or the business, but
wow. Okay. Well, good. So let's while we have you in the studio, we just love to learn all we can, especially for the viewing audience at home who may not know what all Miss Youth Fair does the week of the fair. If we were down at the fairgrounds tonight, what would be some of your duties tonight?
During any shows, I would be sitting in the arena watching everything and then handing out all the ribbons to all the participants. And then afterwards, I would go get some of the delicious fair food.
Oh my.
Between shows or the classes during the shows, I would do radio interviews if anywhere needed to be done that day. And then last year I had the opportunity to count laps during the figure 8 derby.
That sounds really fun.
It was a lot of fun. That was probably one of the highlights of my week.
So I have one more question I was thinking about as well. If there are girls out there today who have never competed and don't know what it's like, what they have to do to prepare, now's a great time to start, right? They have a whole year. So there will be no Miss Youth Fair 2020. We could all just, well, you get the illustrious title of 2019-20. So next year's queen, what are those who will participate, what can they do to prepare now, starting now?
Really, it just comes down to being yourself. I tried this. I competed in the pageant for 3 years, and I wasn't going to do it my third year until Miss Shelley Brock kept pushing me and telling me that I needed to do it. I really should do it. She had a good feeling. So I finally gave in, and I went for it, and this year I got crowned as Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. And really, you just need to be yourself. Don't try to be anybody else, because the judges are looking for who you are. And if you pretend to be somebody else, then they can see right through that.
So the pageant is the first night of the fair. So it kicks off the youth fair every year. What all do you do in the pageant? What all does it consist of?
You have a 2-minute long interview during what they call the tea. So you get to go in and meet your judges, and you're with all of the other participants and the previous queen. And then a lot of volunteers are women who have competed in the past and a lot who have won. And it's a really fun day all around. And then you get a little nervous. Usually we have to go straight from our interview right over to the fairgrounds and roll right into the pageant, where you will go on stage in front of everybody, and they read a little excerpt about yourself, and then they will ask you questions on stage to see how you can answer in front of a crowd.
I see. Well, no pressure.
No.
No, this is easy right now, right, Hannah? Well, I'm excited to have Hannah here with us off and on all week. And then Friday, she's going to take my seat. I'm going to put her in the hot seat, and she's going to be your virtual youth fair host. So we're looking forward to that.
I'm excited.
Yay. Thank you for being with us tonight, Hannah. And I think we're going to go straight in to Class 1 Market Lambs. So I think we're going to start this off. If we have the picture ready, do we have awards ready? Or did we already see those earlier, didn't we?
We already, yeah.
That was for the whole
Yep.
sheet show. Okay, so no pictures. Sorry about that. We're going to go right into meeting our first class, correct?
Yes, we
All
are.
right, let's go.
So our market classes are ranked by weight, and for this year it was the best guessed weight. So these exhibitors, most of them, we have a few first-year exhibitors, which I'm so very proud of, who took the plunge for the first year in the virtual fair. So these are all approximately the same weight, and you'll see them on the lighter side up to our heavyweights. So our first class has 2 exhibits in it, and that is going to be number 15, exhibitor 15, Bo Dugan. Now again, I have comments from the judge for each of these animals. So our judge said that this is a nice lightweight lamb, plenty of muscle shape and expression. I need to put this one in a better skeleton. He's pretty choppy and short when he strides out. And our second exhibitor in this class is 122. And that is Peyton Dugan, who you will have seen previously.
Yes.
And her lamb is a good lightweight lamb as well. Well built and balances up good from the side. I'd like to see more muscle shape, but I think that would come with more time and more weight.
And that's the only 2 in that class, correct?
Those are the only
All
2
right.
in this class.
So we're ready for placings and ribbons.
Yes, we are. So in first place is exhibitor 122, our older sister, Peyton Dugan, with a blue ribbon. And then in second place is her little brother, exhibitor number 15, Bo Dugan.
Oh my gosh, I can
Also
only
with the blue
imagine
ribbon.
in that house right now. You think they're on the couch wrestling and hitting each
Knowing
other?
these 2, no,
They're okay.
They are all as well.
Good. Great job to both of you. So now we're ready for Class 2 Market Lambs.
Yes, and this class does have 5 entries.
Great.
So our first exhibitor is going to be exhibitor 69, Hawk Kendig. This is a nice lightweight lamb, stout, structured, and has some muscle. He needs more weight and growth to be properly finished. And now, remember, if our exhibitors had their full, all the way up to their normal show day, they would have had that time. And they've still been working with them since. So if you're looking for sale, these are going to have a little bit more weight on them. Coming into our ring next is exhibitor number 111, Madeline Emmerich. Now, you'll remember her from last night. She was the People's Choice for our non-dairy breeding stock goat. But her lamb tonight is a nice white-faced lamb, good stout bone and base width. I'd like to see him with more expression of muscle down his top and more shape out of his rib. Coming in next is exhibitor 153, Brian Long. A nice stout structure, good muscle shape and expression. I'd like to see this lamb with a little more weight and finish on him. I think that would help his balance and overall look by smoothing him up. Overall, a good built lightweight lamb. Next is exhibitor 164, Graydon Weber. This is a nice lightweight lamb. He needs more weight, finish, and muscle to be market ready. And our last entry in this class is going to be exhibitor 208, Annalise Tabler. This is a well-balanced and sound-structured lamb. It gives a good look from the side. I need to add more base width and give him more shape down his top. And that finishes out our class. So then our placings. In first in this class with a blue ribbon is exhibitor 153, Brian Long. Coming in second in our class, also with a blue ribbon, exhibitor 111, Madeline Emmerich. In third in our class is 208, Emily Stabler. In fourth, with a blue ribbon, we have exhibitor 69, Hawk Kendig. And in fifth place, with a red ribbon, exhibitor 164, Graydon Weber. And that finishes out that class of lamp, that weight class.
Very good. Those are some great exhibitors. Very good job to all of you in those two classes. We are going to head into a commercial break, and when we come back, we will have Class 3 market lambs.
As we go in, I'm sure I turned that mic on instead of off. As we go into this commercial break, this portion of the youth fair has been brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department. You can stop by and see them. They are located at 122 Waverly Court right here in Martinsburg, or give them a call at 304-263-5131, or visit them online at bchealthdepartment.org. Back with more from the youth fair after this.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsini's.com.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We are past the 6 o'clock point in the evening, going into hour number 3, 2 hours down, and it has been a fun one so far. Matt Crawford here with you, getting ready to send it back over to our panel and host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair. But first, this portion of the show brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Back to our host for this week, Mary Beth Blair.
Into our lamb show, our market lambs. We are ready to go to Class 3 market lambs, and our chair of the market our sheep show, I guess I should say, McKenna, we are ready for you to introduce us to 8 in this class, correct?
Yes, we do have 8 lambs in this class. Our first exhibitor you will see is exhibitor 21, Brianna Lowe. So this is a nice lamb, good in his finish, and adequate muscle. I need to level him up in his top line and add some growth and extension.
Mary Beth, I know one thing last night that you talked about was how prevalent are the goats in the world as far as meat consumption. Lambs in general, there are over 1 billion sheep in the world, and China is has the largest number of production sheep in the world altogether.
That's an interesting fact. And why do you suppose that? Do you have that answer?
I do, because lamb in general and the meat that comes along with it actually is the lowest cholesterol of any red meat. So being more of a health conscious, kind of environmentally aware, they want the most bang for the buck, and I think they get that with lamb.
Got it. Here we go. Fun fact. Mikey.
Our second exhibitor is 124, Rafe Emmerich. This is a nice white-faced cross, well presented. This one balances up well and has adequate shape and nice stout bone. I need to see more expression of muscle down his top.
And just like with the goats we saw yesterday, a lot of what you're going to see in this class are wethers. That is the castrated male of a ram. So between the two, you'll be able to see a little bit difference in kind of the muscle structure of them. So a lot of them do prefer to show the wether over a ewe.
It's interesting to see the different grooming and of the different styles, or I guess it's not a style. What is it? It's a breed.
No, it's style.
A style.
So
okay.
a lot of with these crosses is going to be style preference.
Okay. Yeah, I'm noticing that.
And you notice most of them have white wool, but it's more of what we've selected over the years for dyeing purposes with the wool. So it was easier to start with a nice clean palette with that white wool when you're going into manufacturing your fabric. So even though we have black and brown in different shades, your usual picture of a lamb is that white, fluffy sheet, mainly looking for that wool. So our third entry in this class is 121, Parker Custer. This lamb had good growth, length, and extension in this one. He needs more base width and muscle expression. Next up will be exhibitor 133, Savannah Jenkins. Stout-boned, wide-made, and big-bodied. I need to stretch this one out and add more elevation up front.
And just like with goats yesterday, sheep actually have the ability in general to self-medicate. So it depends upon the illness, of course, but they actually are able to go out and select specific plants just like someone else would, if they know that it will make them feel better, that is what they will consume in general.
And that's actually one of the big differences between sheep and goats, because there are hair sheep at sometimes, but they have a split upper lip, and it helps them be more selective in their grazing. So,
wow, goodness, I'm going to be saying "wow" all night. I can't help it. That's my word tonight. I think I'm just going to coin a word each night. Last night, excited. Tonight, wow. All these facts, all these
both
animals,
positive words.
I can't help
Positive
it.
reinforcement
that is
works.
Me. But anyways, wow.
Coming up next is Exhibitor 182, Brianne Sawyer. This is a well-balanced, heavy-muscled lamb, rarely stout-featured with good shape and expression down his top. One critique is just to raise that chest floor slightly to balance his underline a little better. A really nice lamb.
I say McKenna brought up that slit in their actual upper jaw. That is actually so they can strip plants at a higher efficiency rate. So they're not necessarily trying to harvest the stalk. So it'll put the sets of leaves on either side, and as they pull out, it'll just take the freshest leaves off the sides. It actually has a scientific name called a philtrum. So
of course it does.
Of course.
Why wouldn't it?
Matt, are you taking notes? This is all going to be.
I feel like I need
this is
to
on your
be.
Thursday night
There's going to be a
test.
Kahoot
So
and a Quizlet
you're gonna have to be
following.
ready.
Oh my goodness.
Next in our ring is our first-year exhibitor, Exhibitor 183, Caitlin Freckle. So this lamb showed good growth and adequate finish in this lamb. I need to level up his top line and straighten out his skeleton to give more eye appeal. And then our final entry in this class is Exhibitor 202. Also a first-year exhibitor, Lily Sawyer. I'm sorry with that. It's a well-presented lamb, stout bone, and good base width and dimension. I need to balance her up better, level her up out of her hip, and elevate her front third.
I'll say I know most of our facts have been like real science-based, but I also have fun facts, like random things. So in Scotland, still today, for stealing sheep, it is actually a hangable offense. And that is written into Scottish code. So not all of my stuff's scientific. I have some just random things in there too.
It's still illegal to walk a sheep up Main Street in downtown Annapolis, Maryland. That was one of the laws that they passed very early on, and it has not been changed.
Here comes some
I love
facts
it.
from Matt.
Yeah, that is the one fact I have.
Counterfacts. I love it.
What's going on? Oh my goodness.
Both ends of the table.
I think Matt studied a little bit last
He
night.
did. He whipped out that encyclopedia.
Let me go to Google here. Buy one.
All right. So then, if we're ready for our placings in this class,
we are ready.
Okay. Our first place in this weight class is going to be Exhibitor 182, Brianne Sawyer. I said it wrong the first time, and I'm going to mess it up every time after. I am so sorry. Second in this class, also with a blue ribbon, is going to be Exhibitor 202, Lily Sawyer. I could not get over her pink sneakers. I'm in love with them.
I noticed. I was going to say something. I love it.
And she has the cheer bow, which I've been looking for. Place number 3 is going to Exhibitor 124, Rafe Emmerich. In fourth, with a blue ribbon as well, these have all been blue ribbon animals, is going to Exhibitor 133, Savannah Jenkins. In fifth, with a blue ribbon, is Exhibitor 21, Brianna Lowe. Sixth, with a blue ribbon as well, is Exhibitor 121, Parker Custer. And rounding out our class in 7th place is Exhibitor 183, Caitlin Freckle.
I have a question. Let's see who can answer. So I'm looking at all the different patterns that how they've been sheared, correct? And so is that they're not responsible for doing their own shearing then, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
So this is a
course.
fully inclusive project.
I didn't know if they actually took it and chose like a style and a professional did it, or they actually
So you will have both. So it encourage anything we do in 4-H, FFA, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, regardless, is youth involvement. And that is one of those skills that we encourage them to go ahead and take on. And it's something that you will see some of the youngest showmen at 9 and 10 kind of watching, the 15 and ups shear. And then as they kind of go through it, it kind of grows with them. So the next year
it doesn't
you might see
happen
them.
at the fair though, right?
So it should happen at their house, but you will see touch-ups at the fair.
Okay.
They will put up the stands, get out shears, and a lot of times that is when they get kind of the best hands-on learning, because that's when some of the older exhibitors will be using kind of some precision tools to get specific areas to look a certain way, such as the legs. That's always the coveted thing to try to do is the legs. So a lot of times that's where young exhibitors are watching the most to try to learn for that next following year.
And is that something they learn in 4-H or in groups, or learn those specific techniques of how to do that and care for their animal?
We do workshops throughout the year, but most of them, it is a self-taught, self-learned kind of, glory to YouTube, I guess, is what a lot of it is. That's where a lot of the tips and tricks come from. And a lot of the big name companies are putting out very high quality videos for them to watch.
And also when you come to the fair, those first year exhibitors are always looking to our more experienced exhibitors to step in and say, what do I do with this? So through their clubs, through their chapters, they have made those connections with other members who have more experience, and then it becomes our babies who were just learning, teaching just 5 years ago. I had my first slam. Now they are sharing that knowledge and passing it down and continuing those traditions. So that's actually how my first clipping was with one of the senior members in our 4-H clubs. She came to my house and walked me through. She said, here are the clippers, you're doing this, but I'll walk you through. I'm here to support and fix anything you mess up. So
that's really cool that there's that kind of passing down of knowledge and wisdom from the older ones to the younger generation. And I've just, we had a online viewer bring up something really funny. Actually, it was brought up and I didn't even tell you, Matt. And then I saw it on the screen and got a really big chuckle. So I don't know if you did this on purpose, but we're all laughing and enjoying right now that Mikey is now Hannah, Miss Berkeley.
It still says that I'm the queen, so I don't,
So now we have Queen Mikey.
It means I won. That's all it is. It means I won the
There
trivia
is a new Miss Youth Fair 2020, Mikey.
Well, your title's about to be taken away. That was in the midst of everything else trying to upload. That was the one that fell through the cracks.
The
so
best part,
congratulations on the win, Mikey.
I'm telling you, I have Matt Miller, Sandy Davis, all these people have texted me. Sandy said I needed to speak up, but...
And you're still Hannah as I pull your camera back up because I haven't changed it yet.
Ashton and Ned, they all got it. They got our backs.
Well, we're glad that we have a bunch of helpers out there in the audience to keep us straight because, like we said, Grace for us, it's our first and hopefully only ever virtual youth fair. Although I'm having enough fun that I could do this again, but I wouldn't say that to the kids because they'd be like,
I think they want to get back to the fairgrounds next year.
Maybe I should reserve that comment till the end of the week when we're all like our eyes are down to here. And so anyways, well, we're going to go to break and then come back with the Class 4 market lambs. We were done with the Class 3, correct? Yep. So we're ready to head into break, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
This portion of the fair has been brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike just outside of Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons, back after this commercial break.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out of there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, I hope you guys are having as much fun at home as we're having here in the studio. I'll tell you what, this has not only been an educational week so far, just on day two, but boy, the laughs and the fun just keeps getting better and better.
Mikey's no longer the queen.
Yeah, we stripped him of his title in between in that last commercial break. Sorry about that.
Mikey.
It'll never be the same.
You had a good run.
I did.
You had a good run.
Yeah. I was the queen for 18 minutes.
Well, we are in the middle of our Market Lamb show, and we are ready for Class 4 Market Lambs. So we'll send it back over to our show chair, and that is McKenna.
And I'm sorry, earlier during our breeding stock, I did say doe instead of ewe, and being tucked in between the goat show and the rabbit show, I just switched species there for a hot second. So I do apologize. They were all ewes. So our first entry in Class 4 of our weight division is going to be entry number 72, Holding Custer. So our judge said, this is a nice outlined, well-balanced lamb with some growth and extension. He needs more width and muscle shape. Our next exhibitor is 88, Caitlin Benner. It's a big-bodied, well-finished lamb. I need this one to balance up better and have more muscle expression down her top.
I will say something interesting. So the intestines of sheep are called catgut, and they are actually dried and cured out, and they have a lot of uses, not only in the medical field, but recreational field as well.
Can I ask a question here?
Absolutely.
Shouldn't they be sheep gut?
No, so
Nope. You're talking about a sheep here, not a cat.
I know. So it actually covers.
I hate to point out the obvious here,
Yeah,
but
it actually covers multiple animals, so that's why it doesn't have one specific.
Are any of those animals a cat?
I do not believe so. But it's funny. It actually takes 11 sets of intestines from sheep to make one tennis racket of high quality grade.
I didn't even know that sheep intestines made tennis rackets.
You're welcome.
Mikey, you were the star of the show, man.
I think that's unfortunate to the viewers, if nothing else. It's just...
Oh, my goodness.
Our next lamb in the ring is going to be exhibitor 126, Remington Webb. You'll remember this exhibitor from our breeding classes. So this is a nice lamb that looks like it has grown well. I need to balance this one up better and add quite a bit of muscle and shape down her top. You know, some of these exhibitors are walking them with their leads, some are without. Normally when they would go in the ring, they wouldn't have that halter on. So it's just what you're comfortable with. Our next entry is exhibitor 130, Ryan Snyder. And this is actually his last year to exhibit at the Berkeley County Youth Fair. So this year he had a nice wide-based, big-bodied lamb. I need to stouten up his bone and add more muscle shape out of the tip and down into the lower leg.
I was saying the cool thing about these showmen that are aging out is, you know, if you go on to the social media that they have and their parents are sharing, a lot of them are putting pictures up from the beginning of their show times all the way through the end. And it's really amazing to see how they've transformed into the young adults that they are going out to do, you know, the next bigger and better thing.
And a lot of them coming right back into the fair and donating their time and their efforts and their energies.
So when you say aging out, let's tell the audience, what is aging out? What is the age to age out?
21 is the magic number.
Okay.
It depends on when your birth date is. For 4-H, it is the last day of your 21 year. So you would, that's kind of how we classify it. We actually have a formulated chart that you kind of put your birthday in and tells you it's this year. So an FFA has a very similar, it has to do with the number of national conventions that they've held after graduation.
Well, that's really interesting because, I mean, I would have thought aging out would have been when you were a senior in high school. Just, you know, that's what my first thought would have been.
Now, when I think youth, I think if you're done high school,
right.
you're done.
So the fact that people come back in there as an older, like after they're 18 and out of high school, that's talks so much about not only the, I guess, reward, how rewarding it is to be an exhibitor, the fact that they would continue to do it even beyond maybe the age of school and still going into their college years, or maybe they're working, but that's really impressive.
Yeah, a lot of these kids are showing while in, you know, they're finishing up college and, you know, checking their animals in, their parents probably taking them because they're at school and they're still going at it.
We have exhibitors finish their show, jump in the car all packed up and head to orientation, or have to slip away in the middle of the day to do
that's right, because it's August.
Then,
it would typically be time to go back to college.
These kids are honestly always juggling a lot, but they do it well. So our next exhibitor, we have 2 more for this class, is exhibitor 146, Zachary Pike. Now the judge had this to say about the lamb, that it's a nice, wide-based, stout featured lamb. I need to level him up out of his hind and add a shot more total muscle.
Do we have one? We have 2 more, right? After this one?
2 more.
Okay,
Those are my next sheet of paper. Exhibitor 152, Bailey Ryder.
Oh, I know her.
A big-bodied, deep-sided ewe that has grown and finished out well. She needs more muscle expression and shape down her top and to be square in those rear legs.
She's very serious. Look at that.
She is. She's like, I've got to get this. This lamb probably weighs more than she
Good
does.
job.
Awesome. But she knows she has to get down there and get it set up. That way the judge has the best possible view of her animal.
Now, when they say have grown well, is there a picture or video or pictures to the judges from the year before to see improvement? Or is that just kind of
an observation
of what they're expected to be at that age?
Observation.
Okay.
Due to the maturity and weight.
And then our last entry in this class is going to be exhibitor 160, Chloe Richard. So it's a well-balanced lamb with a good outline and top shape expression. He needs more total width and expression down the top of his lower leg. And if you noticed with the video when it first started, you could tell that its front legs were kind of uphill in the video. It goes to getting that lamb in the right structure, right stance, so you're getting the best visual you can. If you're in the show ring, you'll sometimes see during our showmanship classes. Those kids kick up the shavings into a mound, like the judge is walking around, but that way they have a higher platform to set those front feet on. And that completes our 4th class of market lambs. So going into our placings, exhibitor number 130, Ryan Snyder, is going to be in first place with a blue ribbon. Again, this is his last year showing.
So there was quite an age difference, it looked like, in some of the show, you know, the people in this. So nothing is based on age. It's all based on weight.
If we had showmanship classes, there would be age.
Okay, very good.
So but this is purely, the market classes are judging the quality of the animal.
Got it.
So then in our 2nd place, also with a blue ribbon, is going to be exhibitor number 160, Chloe Richard. In 3rd, exhibitor 152, and that is Bailey Ryder. Exhibitor number 72, Holden Custer, is going to be our 4th place lamb with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 146, Zachary Pike, is going to be our 5th place lamb with a blue ribbon. And I loved how his video was at night, because you could tell a lot of these videos were taken at different times of the day because these kids have full-time jobs, some of them.
Right.
And then are.
Wow, that's...
Exhibitor 88, Caitlin Benner, is going to be our 6th place animal with a blue ribbon. And then finishing out our class in 7th place is exhibitor 126, Remington Webb, with a red ribbon.
That was a great class. Congratulations to all of those winners. And we are going to head into a commercial break now and come back with Class 5, Market Lambs. Hope you're enjoying this evening, and we have so much more in store for you. Take this opportunity to go grab something to eat or drink, and we'll be right back with you after this word from our sponsors.
This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service funeral home proudly serving the area since 1880. Back with more from the Youth Fair next.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair on TV10 WRNR TV on YouTube. Appreciate everybody that tuned in last night on YouTube. Over 2.7 thousand, or I guess it would be 2,700. That 2 point doesn't get to the millions. 2,700 people tuned in on YouTube last night, so we appreciate you.
It's millions. Yeah, let's say millions. Yeah.
2.7 thousand. We'll go with that. This portion of the program brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. Back over to the host of this year's events, Mary Beth Blair.
We are having fun. We hope you guys are having as much fun at home, or whether you're at work and you're sneaking out your cell phone and watching it live. Wherever you are, we're so glad that you're with us. And remember, if you miss any portion of any night, you can find those archived on the website. So you can just click on it, and it'll be on the YouTube page for WRNR/TV10. You can watch it as many times as you like. And tomorrow, throughout the day after the 10 o'clock talk show on the radio and TV, you can watch tonight's segment. Will be aired all day long.
Now, who's on with Rob and Dave tomorrow? You and who
I will
tomorrow?
be on there tomorrow with, that's a good question. I'll have to look that up.
I'm
I can't
full of
remember. I have it somewhere in this book. Oh, look, I turned right to that page. Carly. She was Carly Gall. She is the dog show chair. We had her last night, early in the night, so she'll be with us tomorrow morning. And we'll do some fun stuff on the air. But right now, we are exactly halfway through the Market Lamb show or shows. We have 8 total, so that we've done 4. We're ready to head into Class 5, and McKenna is ready to show us all of those entries. Here we go.
Yes, we are. Okay, so our first entry in our Class 5 for our market classes is going to be exhibitor number 20, and that is Brianna Jenkins. Now, this is a really heavily muscled, expressive lamb. I need to change him in his skeleton and give him more flexibility on the move. That was one of the reasons we asked for the videos as well, because the judges really like to see how these animals move. You can be very muscular, but if you can't get from your watering trough to your feed pan.
So they're literally observing when they're judging, they're watching that whole movement from one place to the next.
Yeah, from beginning to end.
And that's important to them. And I like how when you read the judges' remarks, it's like a first person. I need to see, and so it's all. This is all learning process for me and Matt. Correct, Matt?
Yeah.
I don't like to be alone over here.
No,
He had a fact. He was on it earlier.
I know, right? I got to get a fact.
By Steer Day, he's going to have a book. So
I'm going to work on that.
Our next entry is going to be exhibitor number 65, and that is Gracie Linton. And this lamb showed good growth and is a well-finished lamb. I need to level this one out of his hip and stouten him at the ground.
So what does that mean, level out?
So they're looking for from pins to withers, basically, from their shoulders to they want to see a nice straight back.
Okay.
Because you're looking for your loin, your lamb chops basically, or that strip right along the back.
So when the judge says, I need to do that, so how does that happen? How does an exhibitor level something out? Is this in their raising of the animal? They're missing something? Is that what that means?
Sometimes with the muscle growth, it can go into how frequently you work with the lamb. There have been individuals who they have specific treadmills for their animals, so they get so many steps in a day. But then it also comes into your breeding program, looking at what traits you want in your lambs and which you do not, and then matching up your rams and your ewes accordingly.
And it's all about marketability, because these are the market lambs,
Correct.
right? Okay, good. Awesome. Well, let's see the next one.
That's going to be exhibitor number 137, Cheyenne Stickles. Now, this lamb was a good structured lamb with plenty of base width and muscle down the top. I'd like to balance him up better from the side by elevating that front end and chest floor.
I'll say time for a fun fact. So in 1918, during the First World War, my friend Derek Richards, this is a history thing, so shout out to him. President Woodrow Wilson actually had a flock of sheep that he kept on the grounds of the White House. And he said he did that to keep the grass trimmed down. And that was his effort towards the war. And then 2 years later, in 1920, they had already eaten the grass down so far, he had to sell them all 48 off, and he was able to raise $52,000 for the American Red Cross at the time.
You stole my money fact.
I know facts.
Right now.
Wow, that is incredible. That is a great historical
But he's
fact.
not the only presidential connection to sheep, though.
Correct.
Thomas Jefferson and Madison as well had herds, and James Madison was actually sworn into office wearing a coat made of wool from his flock.
Interesting. It's like we're in college history.
It is.
Animal science, history. I don't know. It's all wrapped into one.
We got a battle going on here.
Yes.
Maybe we should get back to the
Should
kids.
we score them? One for McKenna, one for Mikey. Okay, back to the plate.
Back to our kids, our focus for the night. Our next exhibitor is exhibitor number 167, Karis Gray. Now this is a nice lamb, stout boned, and has some base width. Needs to be leveler out over the hip and have some more shape down the top.
So Mary Beth, did you know that in 1996 Dolly was the first, it was a sheep, it was the first mammal to actually be cloned?
No, I did not.
That'll be on your
What would
test.
you have done if I had said yes?
I'd have been shocked, but I'd been so proud of you.
I'd have to prove it.
How many
right?
facts are you just sitting on right now? Could you do one for every video, basically?
Probably.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
The teacher in me always likes to be prepared.
Well, you're that.
Oh, you want to play the teacher card now. Okay. Exhibitor number 174 is Peyton Henry. Now, this is a little girl I would have loved to see her showmanship. She has that presence in the ring, and everywhere she goes. Just if I needed a video for something in class, she was right there. So this is a nice ewe lamb with good shape and expression down her top. Level down the top. I need to add some bone underneath her and balance her up in her underline.
So Mary Beth, this is very similar to yesterday. Sheep have rectangular eyes just like the goats did, and that allows them to have anywhere from 300 to 340 degrees of peripheral vision all the way around.
And why is that necessary?
For predation in the wild. So that was a characteristic that they had from
protection.
Yes, from early times. It kind of evolved with them.
Makes sense.
As animals.
Sure. We've got one more in this class.
We do, and that's exhibitor number 186, even though in his video he's wearing 168. And that's going to be Christopher Daniel. So again, exhibitor number 186 has a stout featured lamb. Plenty of base width and dimension down his top. Bounces up very well from the side. He was in... I'm going to stop reading like that. Sorry, I was reading a little bit. So he's just a little fairer and narrower than some others in the class.
Mm-hmm.
And that finishes out our class.
Class 5.
Class 5 of our Market Lamb show today.
So let's see how all 6 of those place tonight.
Okay, in first place in this class with a blue ribbon is exhibitor number 186, Christopher Daniel, the gentleman who is just up there. Second place, exhibitor 137, Cheyenne Stickles, also with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 20 is going to be in third place with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor number 174, Peyton Henry, is going to be in fourth place with a blue ribbon. But she's still got that smile on, no matter what. Exhibitor number 65, Gracie Litton, is going to be in fifth place with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor number 167, Karis Gray, is going to be in sixth place with a blue ribbon as well. And those are our placings for our fifth class of Market Lambs.
Congratulations to all those winners, and great job. We're going to head into a commercial break, and we'll be back with Class 6.
This portion of the youth fair has been brought to you by Johnny's, serving restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Visit them on Route 11 South in Chambersburg, or Johnny's Express, located on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back with more from the youth fair next.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Walden, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck.
I'm Natalie Tennant. As West Virginians, we'll get through this crisis together. We've been knocked down before, and we get back up. I've been there with you, and I'll be there again working for a better future, like I did as Secretary of State. By modernizing the office, I saved you money and gave it back, lowered fees and helped businesses create jobs, and made voting easier. We need that kind of leadership again. It takes courage, vision, and cooperation. I know we can do this, West Virginia. I believe in you.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV 10. And for those of you watching on WRNR TV on YouTube, we appreciate that as well. Programming reminder that you can watch these anytime on YouTube. They are archived immediately after we sign off for the evening, and we'll be around until YouTube decides to kick us off for some reason, or YouTube goes out of business. But always go back and rewatch these if possible, and they re-air each day following. So this evening's Youth Fair events will air tomorrow on TV 10. That's Comcast Cable Channel 10 in Berkeley and Jefferson County, following our morning talk show, Eastern Panhandle Talk, at 10 o'clock. And that will roll right into our program tomorrow, starting at 4 p.m. This portion of the show are brought to you by 63rd District House of Delegates Democratic candidate Daniel Bennett. Have a great Youth Fair. Continue to strive to be your best. Back over to our host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
It's Youth Fair week in Berkeley County, and while we're used to being at the fair all week long, all day long, sweaty, hot, tired, this year it's a little different, Matt.
It is.
It's a little different for a lot of things. This isn't just exclusive to the Youth Fair, but we're so happy that we can at least be bringing this virtually and learning a lot in the process. At least, if nothing else, you and I.
Yes. I am being informed.
Too bad we've aged out like way. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm way past the
I
age
am
of showing.
4 years aged out.
But yeah.
So yeah, well, this is. I haven't learned this much in a 2-day period. I think since
Imagine
school
the
at some
knowledge
point
that we are going to have by the end of this week.
Thank you, Mikey.
Great.
You're going to be a professional.
Right. We're like so far we're halfway, a little more than halfway through our sheep show tonight. After the sheep show, if you're wondering what's next, we have the rabbit show. That is going to be very interesting. I've never seen a rabbit show before. Can't wait for that and all of Mikey's fun facts about rabbits. So I hope you are getting those ready. Tomorrow night is going to be an incredible night. We have some more live or indoor exhibits, not live, indoor exhibits, and we are going to I've been hearing a lot about this next show that's tomorrow night, which is the swine show. A whole night. It's such a big show, the hog show, that it's like that's the only show we can do tomorrow night.
Yeah.
In addition to
jam-packed start to finish.
Yes, and then also I've been told we're going to have some entertainment for a little bit tomorrow night, a half an hour with one of the regulars who entertains at the Youth Fair. So we're just got so much to look forward to. But right now, I know that everyone watching tonight is probably saying, I wish he would stop jabbering about all these things coming up and get on with the show, because people are waiting for the next class to see who wins, and that's Class 6. So McKenna, take it away.
All right, our first exhibitor in Class 6 of our Market Lamb show is going to be exhibitor number 105, and that is Lane Gosnell. So this is a well-balanced, stout-structured, heavy-muscled lamb. I like the look and build of this lamb. I question how fresh he is to the touch with being able to handle him. In the end, that is where he gets beat. He was in contention and would have been a top 4 lamb in the entire show.
Wow.
I'm saying Lane, again, is one of those exhibitors that you'll see multiple times throughout different shows and different species. So he shows kind of across the board.
Okay, next.
All right, so that's going to be exhibitor 113, Madison Elliott. It's a good balance and look from the side. Well built in a skeleton. This one needs more width and total shape and expression down his top.
Got 7 in this category. We've seen 2. Let's see what number 3 looks like.
That's exhibitor 131, Sarah Price. He's a stout bone, good width and dimension. I need to make this one better on his feet and legs as he moves around. So back to that judge really looking at the video and seeing how these animals can make it from point A to point B. All right, exhibitor 149 is Ashton Custer. A wide-based, heavy-muscled, good in his finish. I need to give him more expression down that top, especially over his loin edge, and stretch him out to balance him up better from the side. It's another video where you see they started with the front of the animal uphill. Our next entry is exhibitor 185, Cheyenne Sawyer. It's a nice lamb, stout featured, wide based with plenty of shape down the top. This one is good in his finish and skeleton. I like to elevate and stretch him out just a notch.
I'll say fun fact, we went 2 without one, so we're going to have one.
Oh my gosh.
So sheep are actually less likely to show signs of pain, more so than any kind of pet, like a domesticated dog. And the reason for that is because in nature that would be a sign of weakness. So they try to stay as up and active and mobile so that they are not drawing attention from any predators.
We need to start, I wish we had started numbering Mikey's facts.
How many fun facts Mikey's had throughout the week?
What do you think? Yeah, we need to go back and
Well,
count
somebody
those.
was counting the amount of times you used a certain word yesterday.
I know, you'd think they would count his facts so that we could number them. That would be, we could archive them.
Numbers 1 to 1,000, Mikey's facts of the week.
Oh my goodness. All right, we still have two
more
entries.
So we have exhibitor number 203, Lily Buraker, coming into the show ring. This is a nice lamb, adequate muscle, and good growth and finish. This one is a little frail and his nun work and just needs a bit more base width and dimension down his top. And then our last entry in this class is going to be exhibitor 207, Taylor Barrett. It's a nice lamb, good base with width and muscle expression. Finished well and balance is nice. He needs more shape and to be leveled up out of that hip. Could also have a shot more bone. And that completes our class. So our placings for class 6 of our market lamb show is going to be in first place, exhibitor 105, Lane Gosnell, with a blue ribbon lamb right there. Exhibitor number 185, Cheyenne Sawyer, is in second place with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 131, Sarah Price, is in third place with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 113, Madison Elliott, is in fourth place with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 149, Ashton Custer, is in fifth place, also with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 207, Taylor Barrett, is in sixth place with a blue ribbon. And finishing out our class is exhibitor 203, Lily Buraker, in seventh place with a blue ribbon. So again, with those placings, we talked about quality versus quantity and how many you have in class. So it's one of our larger classes for this evening, but they were all high quality animals, so all blue ribbon animals.
Very
in
competitive,
that class.
I'm sure. Yes, that was a big class. Great job, everyone. Great job to all those in that category or that class. And we are winding down, getting ready to get closer and closer to the grand champion and the reserve champion of Market Lamb. But right now we're going to go to break and come back with Class 7 and Class 8.
This portion of the program has been brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's youth fair. Participants visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Back after this break.
They're my closest friends. We've been through a lot together. Seeing our kids off to college, Kelly losing her mom, my 50th birthday. I trust them with so much. So when it came to my finances, I trusted Kelly's referral to her Ameriprise advisor. Beth gives me the comprehensive advice that helps me feel confident my financial future is secure. With the right financial advisor, life can be brilliant. Ameriprise Financial.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
Are you looking for a full-service web design company right here in the Eastern Panhandle? Then look no further than Pro Design LLC, specializing in web design and development, web hosting, and application development. Pro Design is a locally owned company serving local clients since 1997 with a reputation of quality, creativity, and personal touch. Let Pro Design build or redesign your dream website. Find them online at professionaldesign.com or phone 304-676-9940.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd Annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you, along with our panel and host Mary Beth Blair, who we'll send it back to in just a moment. This portion of the Youth Fair brought to you by 15th District State Senator Patricia Rucker, who salutes all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants back with more sheep, which we have been in now for quite a few hours. We near the 7 o'clock hour in this evening's festivities. Back over to our host, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you, Matt. So in this segment, we are going to finish out with 2 more classes, 7 and 8, and then take another break before we get into the Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Market Lamb. So I want to know, have you voted yet for your People's Choice for tonight? If not, make sure you get on the website, berkeleycountyyouthfair.org, and vote for your favorite People's Choice in all of the different competitions tonight. The instructions are there, so I don't have to give them to you on the air, but just go there and vote. And we're going to let you know. I know a lot of people have been asking, so what do the People's Choice Award winners get? So we're going to let you know that. I don't know the answer to that, actually. I came in here without that information tonight, but we're going to let you know that, so stay tuned for that. Back to McKenna, and she is going to introduce us to the Class 5 Market Lambs.
We are back with the Class 7 in our ranked by weight.
Class 5.
We're ahead of the game.
Oh, shoot.
And if those viewers at home are wondering why these kids are placed with their kids. Usually when they come to the fairgrounds, they offload, they get their animal all set up beautifully in their pen, and then we run every single animal across the scale on our certified weights to make sure that we have the most accurate, most recent weight possible for these lambs, and then we create our show order, and that's how we do it with all of our species for our market animals. However, with not being able to have exhibitors come to the fairgrounds to run their animals across the scales, all these classes were put together with the best guess weights that our exhibitors provided us through our emails, and some submitted them earlier than others. So when you're looking at the sale photos, those are going to be what you have, and hopefully our exhibitors have been out there meeting and greeting our buyers.
Yes.
You're seeing their testimonials on Facebook to see their most up-to-date photos. So when we go into the sale order, these will be the same animals, but they will have a little bit more weight on them. So
that's
that's
important to know for the livestock auction for those who are buying. Yes, absolutely.
So that is how we put our classes together, with the weights of the best guesses that our exhibitors submitted to us. Okay, so in our class 7, our first exhibitor coming into our show ring is exhibitor 134, Savannah McDonald. So this is a really well-built lamb. This one stands on a good set of feet and legs, wide based with plenty of shape and muscle down his top. Balances up really well and fresh in his look at this size. Maybe you would just like to see him a little stouter throughout. Coming in next is going to be exhibitor 155, Brittany Shane. This one balances up well and is expressive in his shape down his top. Fresh and good looking at this size. I need to open this one up and give him more width and total dimension. Our next entry into this class is going to be exhibitor 156, Brianna Ryder. Is a big body, wide base lamb. Gives a good look from the side. I think he may be a little past his prime in terms of finish. And then our next exhibitor is 205, Reagan Barrett, which we are looking for that video. It wasn't quite in our queue, but we will most certainly get that up. And then our 5th in this class is going to be exhibitor 214, Leland Shoemaker. And this is a nice lamb, really long-bodied and extended, has grown really well and finished well. He needs more width and muscle down his top. So while we're waiting for that 5th video to show up, I know you asked earlier about shearing the lambs and whether our exhibitors do that or they have somebody come in. But it's really important that either they learn how to or that they have somebody that they really can depend on and they really like, because that wool doesn't stop growing. Depending on your breed, you can have anywhere from 2 pounds to 30 pounds of wool grown on that lamb in a year. Few years back, and I say a few, it was like 2004, there was a sheep named Shrek. He decided to go hide, and they found him about 6 years later. So he had selectively foraged, he had that awesome rectangular pupils that helped him see any predators and avoided, but just kind of popped up 6 years later and was like, oh, hey, here I am. And when they actually sheared him, he was so long overdue for his haircut that he had enough wool was collected from the animal to make 20 men's suits.
You're kidding me.
So they don't stop. There's like, oh, I like this length. No, they just keep growing. So, and actually shearing them is helpful for that movement so they're not getting weighed down and things like that. And I believe we have that 5th video now. And that is exhibitor 205, Reagan Barrett. It's a nice lamb, stout featured, well balanced, and appears fresh at this size. I'd like to see him leveler out of that hip, deeper in his flank, and wider down his top. And if it tells you the community, you can kind of see in the background too, somebody making a steer video in the background. A lot of these are families that work together and bring a wide selection of species down to the fairs.
That's the second exhibitor I've seen do that to the lamb. What can you tell me what they're doing? Okay, So that does
Sometimes
that.
they have a little hump and
Uh-huh.
they tap it.
And that's important for the judge to see that it can be, that they can do that, or?
It's presenting it, so when they're asking that leveler across.
Okay,
Yep.
that's it. All
Making
right.
them.
Good.
So part of showmanship is actually one of my favorite parts of it. And a lot of the time, your students who place really high in showmanship are going to be your students who place better in your market class. Because if you walk into the ring with a pristine animal that's the best in the ring, but you're very sloppy with your showing, you have it hunched up, it's not clipped well, you don't have it sheared, then it's not going to place as well as it could have in the hands of somebody who's going to get down and present the animal.
Got it.
All right, so our placings of those 5 animals. In first place with a blue ribbon, exhibitor 134, Savannah McDonald. Next is going to be exhibitor 155, Brittany Shane. Also with the blue ribbon animal. Exhibitor 156, Brianna Ryder, is going to be in third place with a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 205, Reagan Barrett, is going to be in fourth place with a blue ribbon. And exhibitor 214, Leland Shoemaker, is going to be in fifth place with a blue ribbon as well. Right, so that finishes up Class 7, and we're going to jump right into Class 8, unless Mikey has some fun facts he would like to share with us.
Come on, you're on the spot.
I would say average life expectancy for sheep is 6 to 11 years. So I know that follows up with that merino from Shrek. So he could have very well been towards the end of his life cycle.
There you go.
All right, Class 8 is our last 3 entries in our market land class for the evening. So we have exhibitor number 108, Lindsay Walls.
Brace that damn thing.
This is a nice heavyweight, stout-boned, plenty of base width, and muscle down the top. Maybe pushing him to the limit in terms of freshness and finish. Next up is going to be exhibitor 169, Leighton Richard. A big outline lamb with plenty of growth and good look from the side. This one needs more finish and muscle throughout.
I was saying this is the fact that kind of goes back to our breeding stock. The United States is one of very few that do not actually consume a large portion of sheep's milk. So over in Europe especially, they make a lot of cheese out of sheep's milk, and it actually costs upwards of $20 a pound.
Goodness gracious.
So there's a lot of money, more than just in the lamb meat or the, or the mutton if it is an older ewe. There's a lot of uses outside of just that.
All right, and our third entry into this class is exhibitor 187, Sierra Miller. So our judge said that this is a lamb that has grown well and has some depth of body. He needs more muscle and needs to be more level down his top. So this is one of those moments where she had reached back and you noticed that kind of scratching and pressing and leveling him out. It could have potentially.
Oh, I understand. I'm getting it.
Right, and those are all 3 in this class. So for our placings, we have in first, exhibitor 108, Lindsay Walls with a blue ribbon lamb. In second place, we have exhibitor 169,
Pretend like you're in
Leighton Richard, also with a blue ribbon lamb. And in third, exhibitor 187, Sierra Miller, with a red ribbon. And that completes our classes 1 through 8 of our Market Lamb show.
Okay, goodness. So we are gonna. I can't believe it. The sheep show is almost
We
in
are
the
still
books.
going back for a Grand and Reserve drive.
The Grand and Reserve, and we will do that right after we take a commercial break. So stay with us so we can find out who those top 2 animals are in this show.
Yep.
This portion of the program has been brought to you by Orsini's Appliances. Make sure and stop by their new location, see PJ and the gang. Their new shop is on Hack Wilson Way, just off of Route 9 in Martinsburg. More from the virtual youth fair coming up after this commercial break.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
If you need to speak with a lawyer about an insurance claim or motor vehicle wreck, at Mansion Ferretti we rely on 100 years of combined personal injury and trial experience to win your case. There is no charge for meeting with us, and there is no fee unless we win. Mansion Ferretti excels because we are local, experienced in our courts, and always working hard to develop the personal relationship with clients that makes a difference. Call us at 304-264-8505 or go to wvjusticelawyers.com. At Mansion Ferretti, it's about seeking justice for you.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number 1 for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number 1 bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number 1 in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power and Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you as we are about to find our grand champion and reserve a champion in our Lamb class. That after we tell you this portion of the program, brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. Back to the host for this week's event, Mary Beth Blair.
Matt, and I think before we go into announcing, I know everybody's waiting. It's a big moment, but we're just feeling the need for some laughter. Oh, wait, we've been having laughter all night, but we've been having all these serious fun facts and history tidbits. So we have challenged Mikey for a joke, and we've told him he has to keep it clean, but has to be on topic. So we're going to challenge him right now for some humor.
See, and this is the best part, because I have those types of friends that have literally been texting me jokes just to see which one I pick. So I'm going to give a shout out to Miss Caitlin Grantham. So what is a sheep's favorite sport? Badminton.
I couldn't click my microphone on to
See,
say it.
It's just good.
We need a button.
I was trying to turn my microphone
It's
off.
perfect.
I figured it had to be that.
Lightens the mood.
That's right.
That's what we needed.
Hey, that's good. So apparently everyone is texting you all kinds of fun things and comments.
All kinds of great things.
Yeah, let's keep that going. That's some of it is good that we'll share, and some of it we can't, right? So,
Absolutely.
well, some of it they were blackmailing you. I did get a blackmail picture of you, Mikey. We won't show that on the screen. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
If it's
We
kosher,
won't show it yet.
You know, the week is still young, my friends. The week is still young.
Okay. All right. So are you ready? Do we have the drum roll? Because this is a big moment.
This is now the second time tonight you've given me no warning that
How
you
about
were going to
fireworks,
come
or
in
how about-
through the drum roll, and now, of course, I can't find it when I need it.
We need to bring back our top
Oh,
exhibitor
yes.
from each class.
That's
Okay,
right.
let's do that.
So let's do that first.
Okay, so our first entry coming back in is going to be exhibitor number 122, Peyton Dugan. Our second exhibitor coming back in is 153, Brian Long. Coming in next is going to be exhibitor 182, Brianne Sawyer. Then we are going to have exhibitor 130, Ryan Snyder. From our next class, we are bringing back in exhibitor 186, Christopher Daniel. From class 6, we are bringing back in exhibitor 105, Lane Gosnell. And then from class number 7, we are bringing back exhibitor 134, Savannah McDonald. Jumped ahead. That is Miss Lindsay Walls.
Oh, my apologies. There we go.
There's Miss
There she
Savannah.
is.
And then we come to exhibitor number 108, Miss Lindsay Walls. Okay, so now do you have your drum roll? Okay, our grand champion for our Market Lamb class this year is going to exhibitor. I'll have that right? Exhibitor 182, Brianne Sawyer.
Congratulations.
And Brianne will win $25 from Walls Monuments, a banner sponsored by Edgar A. Bohr, auctioneer, a trophy from Arden View Farms, Lisa and Wayne Gore, and a jacket from PRP Contracting, Mr. Phil Pittsnoggle.
All right.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Market Lamb.
So we still have our reserve to name. And to do that, we always want to bring back our second place from the same class as our grand champion. That way, if they were a match set, if they're closer. So the judge looked at all of those 7 other videos and then brought back exhibitor 202, Lily Sawyer.
Give me 1 second. Said 202?
Yes, sir. 202. And then after looking at these 8 exhibits again, our judge, making sure 202 gets up there. Give her credit that she has due.
I'm trying to go back and find it in each one of the markets because it's not.
She's in class 3.
Awesome.
She is in class 3. And then after I announce this, we do have some recorded reasons from Nick Fowler, who was our judge for today. Oh, great. Just kind of telling you about his Grand Reserve, why he picked the animals that he did. There she is with the pink sneakers. Okay. So then again, after looking at these 8 animals and naming Brian Sawyer as his grand champion, Nick Fowler, our judge for the day, selected exhibitor 134, Savannah McDonald, as our reserve champion for our Market Lamb show.
And Savannah will win $10 from the S.C. Beard III Memorial, a banner from Edgar A. Bohr Auctioneer, a trophy from Dog Watch Hidden Fences, the Dembeck family, and a jacket from Drive Run Enterprises, LLC. That is our
So congratulations, grand champion,
Congrats.
reserve champion. That is your 2020 Market Lamb show.
We now have our reasonings, correct?
Yes. Oh yes, we do.
We do have our
I was that word. I was getting so excited that the sheep show was in the book. Sorry about that.
I have been reading his comments on each individual animal as we've gone through, but he did record some.
Let's hear that. Yeah, to hear.
All right, so we're going to start talking here about your Market Lamb show. Before we talk about these lambs at all and introduce your champions and reserves, I just want to thank everybody who put this on, put the sheep together. I know it's tough getting the videos done. I know that can be challenging to get the lambs to work, make them look the way that you want to, and it can also be a little bit challenging judging. I know we all wish that we could be there in person, but I think that this is a good alternative to be able to get these projects exhibited, and I really think that this was a competitive show. So we'll go ahead and start out. I think there were 4 lambs that kind of came into contention for me in the end. 4 class winners, so we'll just go ahead and talk about them all a little bit. The first one was your class winner from class number 3. You really like this lamb, just your first glance at him. He really balances up well, has a lot of shape, he's finished good, a lot of base width, stoutness of bone. And this young lady does a really good job of getting him shown. She shows all angles, she braces him, gets off of him, walks him around. He really pretty much stays the same, looks the same the whole time. A pretty just nice sheep to look at, pretty easy to get put together. And then as we move into the next one here, let me pull up the next video. Your next class winner that I looked at was from class number 5. And this young man with this lamb, I think he does a really good job getting this one put together as well. This lamb, once he gets him stuck, he profiles awesome. He's really elevated through his front end, has a good neck set, really level top line, a good underline. As he walks him around, I think this one still sticks together fairly well. I think he's good in his expression and his shape down his top. I think one thing we may like to add to him just a little bit, I think comparison to some of these other lambs that end up right in the top, he's not quite as stout in his bone work, especially there on his front legs, and I don't think he just has as much width and as much shape as a couple others. But that is another lamb that you really have to like a lot of things about, and I think he really stays up here and deserves a talk in this top 4. Then we'll move down into your class winner from the next class, which I believe is class number 6. And this one here, this is a really stout one. When you get that first look at this one, you really like the way he's put together from the side. You get behind him, he's blown apart at the ground and also up high. I think when he gets stuck and he's just standing there, it gives you a really good picture. He may be just the widest and most massive one in the whole show. Then when we start to watch him walk around, I think he maybe falls apart just a little bit. I think when you watch these sheep walk, he's definitely the lowest in his front 1/3 and his shoulder as they walk around. Maybe gets just a notch shorter bodied and a little bit round out of that hip. And when you get right over top of him, I think maybe in comparison to all of the other 3 lambs we're going to talk about within this group, He probably looks to handle the stalest and the softest to me. I think this lamb may be just pushing a little bit past his prime, but you really have to like a lot of things about the way that this lamb's built. And then the last video that I have here is your winner from the next class, which is class 7. I really like a lot of things about this one. This one profiles really good. Is fairly stout at the ground. I think this one, if you handled it, handles really fresh to the touch. Just looks really fresh, really youthful. I think has good muscle expression, good shape. Maybe you'd like to see this one just a little bit more massive. You'd like to see him as he moves a little bit square on those rear legs. But I think when you really get back and you watch him walk, he does keep himself together very well. He keeps that front end up. I think he runs the right direction. So as we go ahead and get into these final 4, I think you could put your priorities a few different ways, and I think you could come up with a couple differences. And then also, I think if it was live and you could definitely handle these sheep, we might see a few different ones or a few differences. But off of the videos that I had, I think I really fell on these 4, and I think the champion for me was pretty easy, and that one is your winner from class 3. I really like that young lady's lamb. I think a lot of things, as you noticed when we talked about him, I didn't really have a whole lot of negatives. I think that one is pretty good. Then we get into reserve, and I think all 3 of the lambs I talked about here that weren't the champion were really in contention for this. I just went ahead and went with the one that I think has the most, best to offer, combines the most. Yes, there are a couple issues that I talked about. I'd like to change him a little bit, but that's going to be your winner out of the class 7. I really just like the look of that lamb, how upfronted he is. Yeah, I'd like to maybe put a shot more muscle in him compared to the one that would be right ahead of him and also right behind him, but I think this one's fresh and built really good. And then from there, 3rd overall, I would go with the young man that was out of class 6. I like that one. Like I said, just like to freshen him up a little bit, but I think he's really stout and really cool looking. And then the young man from class 5 would be the 4th overall lamb. I think this one definitely deserves to be in this group. I'd just like to see a little bit more to him as compared to some of the ones above him here. Once again, I think a really competitive show all the way down through. Really have to appreciate a lot of things about these sheep. The exhibitors did a great job. So thank you for letting me judge it, and good luck in the future.
Well, there you have the judges' reasonings for this year's Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Market Lamb. McKenna, do you want to close out this year's Market Lamb show with a few words?
Yeah, I would just like to say thank you again to all of our exhibitors who have put in countless hours, to their families for supporting them, giving them their start, for even allowing them to participate, 4-H, FFA, which are our 2 main, but we do have Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, and others. Keep working for next year. I know a lot of these FFA kids and the 4-H kids, these are their SAEs. These are their investment. They're looking for their return. So keep up the amazing work that you've demonstrated so far with your videos. Thank you for being so forgiving with me and going back and forth and getting everything turned in a really timely manner, and made everything so much easier to organize, because there were a lot of I's to dot and T's to cross to get this all together, and we wouldn't be able to do it without Judy and Dawn and everybody else on our executive board. And I'd also like to thank our award sponsors. So Walls Monuments, Edgar A. Boar Auctioneer, Art and View Farms, PRP Contracting, SC Beard the Thorpe Memorial, Dog Watch Hidden Fences and the Dembeck family, Dry Run Properties, LLC, the Berkeley County Farm Bureau, Shady Grove Farm, Mark Orr and Family, the Berkeley County Farm Bureau again for that one, and Leah and Jackson Lucas. So you see we have companies and families and individuals who we just really would love to thank for all of their support for these kids in this community. Even though it's different, you still showed up for us, and that's what we truly appreciate.
It was a great show. It was a great turnout, a great participation. Would you say that how would you compare it to a typical fair?
Our numbers were a little bit lower, but they still, like our judge said himself, they put in a nice competitive show, just like it would be in ring. You notice the same kids popping up and breeding that showed up in market. So these kids were the ones who were truly invested, not just for 1 week of the fair. They are invested in this project.
And it's not over yet for them because the livestock auction begins Wednesday through Friday. So get your animals out there. Let people know about your animals so that you can have a good showing in the livestock auction. We're wishing the best of luck to all those market animals who will be going to the auction beginning on Wednesday is when bidding starts. So thank you again to everyone who participated. And before we close out this part of our show tonight, we brought back in Miss Berkeley County, Youth Fair, Miss Hannah. And we wanted to ask her one more question before she heads out for the evening, and we are going to head into the rabbit show after the break. So, Hannah, I understand, I was reading about you in the Youth Fair program, which is on the website, and it tells me that after becoming Miss Youth Fair and doing all of your duties at the Youth Fair in the year that you're crowned, that you also get the opportunity to compete at a different level. And so tell us about the West Virginia Fairs and Festivals pageant, where it's at, and what it was like. You said that was a highlight, so we'd love to hear a little bit more about that experience.
I went to the West Virginia Association of Fairs and Festivals pageant. I believe it was the second weekend in January, and it is a pageant where girls from all over the state, where they have gotten titles similar to Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, and they were chosen to represent their fair or festival, they got to go on and compete for the title of Queen of the State Fair. And throughout the week, you had interviews. There was a portion where you got to go out on stage in your evening gown.
Wow.
And then we even had to perform a little jingle to help promote our fair on stage in front of everybody.
So did you say you wanted to perform that for us?
No, that's okay. But you can find it on Facebook.
Oh, wow. We're going to look
Facebook,
for that.
On the West Virginia Association of Fairs and Festivals Facebook page.
Yeah. Oh, that's exciting. That's neat that you guys got an opportunity to do something beyond just your own fair. And I'm sure you met a lot of new friends and all over the state.
I met so many girls. There are some that I still talk to this day that I've met from just anywhere. And they could be from new pageants. It was their first time going and my first time going. And it was just really great to meet other people that, weren't completely used to it. And we were all starting out on the same level.
That's good. That's a good fun fact to know about Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair, that it's beyond just Fair Week. And then you do other activities too. Throughout the year, you get to ride in parades and make appearances, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So what would you say was, tell us a few of those that you were able to do this past year.
I got to participate in the Apple Harvest Parade.
Oh, yes.
And I was also in a couple different Christmas parades as well. Those ones were a little chilly.
Of course, then your year got cut short in March. Okay. Well, darn it. Well, it's extended now, so you can make a few more appearances.
I'm so excited. I can't wait to see what this year brings.
We're excited to have you on again. So we'll look forward to seeing you every day, and we are going to take a break. Thank you all for being with us this part of our show. Matt, we are ready to take a break and come back and shift gears, and we are going to head into the Rabbit Show.
As we go into this break, I want to thank the sponsor of this portion of the Youth Fair, Johnny's. They are delivering restaurant-quality food at wholesale prices. They are located on Route 11 South in Chambersburg. Johnny's Express is located on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. We're back with more of the Youth Fair after this commercial break.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
The Eastern Panhandle Conservation Division has a goal in Morgan, Jefferson, and Berkeley County to provide for and promote the protection and conservation of West Virginia's soil, land, water, and related resources for health, safety, and general welfare of the state's citizens. To contact the EPCD about floods and blockages in streams near you, contact 1-866-823-5663, or for other inquiries, visit them at wvca.us or call them at 304-558-2204.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people. He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com. The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Walden, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go. Hi, this is Talk Radio WRNR and TV10's Rob Mario. My family first stayed at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake in Maryland several summers ago, and we've gone back every summer since. La Bella Vita is owned by Martinsburg residents who've meticulously decorated and furnished this amazing mountaintop vacation home with breathtaking lake views that is only 2 hours away, featuring 5 bedrooms, 5.5 bathrooms, a fireplace, a large family room with an 85-inch TV, a hot tub, and multiple decks. There's lots more of the La Bella Vita experience to enjoy, including Deep Creek Lake itself, a 3,900-acre lake with 69 miles of shoreline. It's a great combination, and it's waiting for you. So take it from somebody who's been there multiple times. You are going to love staying at La Bella Vita at Deep Creek Lake. For more information, visit the Facebook page or contact Tailor Made Deep Creek Vacations and Sales or call 301-750-2182.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Mikey, quit laughing over there. I'm sorry. There's one in every crowd, and I think this one is definitely Mikey this
We're
week.
already having fun. That's what's important.
This portion of the programs we transition into rabbits, and Mikey can compose himself over there, is brought to you by West Virginia State Treasurer Republican candidate Riley Moore, who salutes all of our youth for participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Back over to our host for this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
All right, well, we're ready to head into another segment of our evening, and we're switching gears. We just finished out the 2020 Sheep Show, and we're going to head into the Rabbit Show here in just a second. I just want to remind you again to head over to our website and participate in our People's Choice Awards, where you get the opportunity to vote for your favorite. So every day it's a different competition. So in order to vote for the ones that you see tonight in both the Sheep and the Rabbit Show, and the indoor exhibits, you would have to vote by 11:59, not midnight, but I was told 11:59 is the cutoff. If you email after that time, won't be counted. Now, last night we had over 300 people email. That's pretty impressive. So we're looking to, I'd love to see that number grow each day. That'll tell us how our numbers are and who all's tuning in and being a part of this. And we're having so much fun, and we're so glad you're here. We'd rather be at the youth fairgrounds, but in spite of everything that's going on, we're happy to be here in the studio bringing you the virtual first and hopefully only ever virtual youth fair. So we're moving right into our next show, and we're going to see some really fun videos now. I'm encouraged by what I heard in the break about what we're going to see. I'm excited about it, and I'm happy to introduce to you the Rabbit Show chairperson is Miss Stephanie Browning. She is going to tell us all about the show. She's going to commentate throughout. She's also going to tell us about our judge. Before she does that, do you want to bring up the picture of the awards?
I can do that.
What's up for grabs? Not really grabs, but what we're going to award by the end of the show.
They're not up for grabs.
No.
And Mikey,
bad
you
choice
did,
of words.
Mikey, you
Thanks
did
for
say that
correcting
this is
me
this should be an R, right? You
so.
did clarify that earlier. This should be this should be an
we'll
R,
see
right?
how...
Is it not?
No, it is. I just wanted to give you a hard time.
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Here is the Rabbit Award, or awards plural, I should say.
That's correct. So that is what we will be awarding throughout the evening. And now, Miss Stephanie, would you like to introduce us to the welcome, first of all, to the studio? And we would love to hear about the judge for this year's Rabbit Show.
All right. Thank you very much for having me. Our judge this year was Brianna Hitt, and she sent me a little bit about herself. She's a member of the Blue Ridge Rabbit and Cavy Club. She's been raising rabbits since 1999, and she's been to multiple national rabbit conventions in several states, and she's competed in youth judging and showmanship competitions from 2000 to 2005, and she also teaches rabbit showmanship to anyone that is wanting to learn, and she currently raises Himalayans and Californians. Oh. And she did have a note to the fair board and the competitors for this year. So a note from her this year says, as we all know, the 2020 year has been a very trying year. With that being said, I want to commend the Fair Board and the exhibitors for rolling with the punches and having a great turnout. Judging virtually was definitely a different experience for myself as well as the exhibitors, but it was still fun. I want to thank you for having me judge this group of wonderful rabbits. Congratulations to all. Stay safe and hope to see you in 2021. So that's from our judge, Brianna Hitt.
Well, that was encouraging that she took the time to say that to the exhibitors, and we echo her sentiments.
Most definitely.
All right, are we ready to get into our rabbit show with Class 9 Junior Doe?
Absolutely.
Let's see what we have.
All right, here we go. So Class 9 Junior Doe, our first exhibitor is Exhibitor 72, and this is Holden Custer with his Junior Doe crossbred. This rabbit was born.
Every
I
time.
know.
Every video. They're so cute.
This is a crossbred rabbit, and the Junior Does. They were born February the 1st of this year to April the 30th of this year. So this rabbit was born April 24th. So he's a young one.
Oh, he's so cute. I don't know even know if it's a he, but.
Yep. No. These are does.
This is a girl.
This is our girl class.
When we go to bucks,
all right,
it's a boy.
first blooper of the night. Sorry about that.
First fun fact.
Okay.
The same terms as with deer. So doe and buck.
Okay.
Holden has a nice little table there that he's using to show his rabbit on. It's nice to have a little bit of carpet. I always make sure that they have carpet tiles there for them. It keeps them from scratching around. Now, you're going to get a lot of that all night long.
Up close and personal with the rabbits.
Yeah, they're, this is not the rabbit's finest moments. All right, our next exhibitor is...
Can we just all take a moment to laugh?
Thanks for breaking the ice there.
I'm just saying, the American Rabbit Breeders Association is not laughing right now.
I know. I wasn't prepared for that. You didn't prepare me for that.
If
I'm not a card-carrying member, don't worry.
I'll say, when I said castration yesterday and your mouth dropped, I knew it was going to be a great day today.
All right, our next exhibitor is number 121, Parker Custer. Parker's from the Southern Cross 4-H Club, so is his brother Holden. This is a Junior Doe. So this is a Rex. This rabbit was born April the 30th. And Rex, that's a very young rabbit, but Rex get pretty big. Mikey, what's the weight on a Rex?
From 7.5 to 10.5 pounds is about the average full mature.
Yeah. So this is a little guy, but he's gonna be a big guy.
Where do they get?
She's gonna be a big girl. Hear me?
Breeds?
Yes. So there are a large number of breeders around the area, and there's a large number of actual swaps. So they will all get together and show off different breeds, show off what they have, and kind of trade out, buy, purchase. So there are a lot of people that actually are into the breeding throughout the East Coast as well as throughout the United States.
Yeah. One of them is the Blue Ridge Rabbit and Cavy Club, which is here local. So.
Mikey, get ready for the text again. I forgot to change the title.
Oh,
you were hand alt there for a second again.
I'll say, who's going to be the first one? Let me get my phone ready.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. So we're going again with Parker. So Parker, exhibitor number 121, Parker Custer from Southern Cross. This is his Junior Doe mini lop. So this is a mini lop. Lops are my favorite breed. Their ears just kind of fall low.
So
Lop
actually,
over.
so this is the same exhibitor. They can
same
have
exhibitor.
two.
Yes, because they're different breeds. He can have two. So, but he can't have more than 4 total entries in all of the classes.
You're right. Those ears. Oh,
aren't they cute?
Adorable.
And these mini lops will get anywhere from 4.5 to 6 pounds fully mature.
Yep.
So that's the size difference compared to the other rabbit previous to it.
All right, so I gotta ask, what is the purpose of that little maneuver there at the end?
Stephanie?
So part of their showmanship routine is that they start the rabbit setting up, and they pose the rabbit according to the rabbit's breed, and there's some different body types there, and they pose the rabbits, and then part of their showmanship routine is to show all of the different parts of the top and then flip over, and it's called sexing the rabbit. It's how they show the judge what they're looking for to prove that it's what they have there on the table.
Making sure it's got the right parts.
Yes. So thanks for bringing that up there, Matt.
I'm just glad it's Matt and not me this time, because usually I'm the one that gets yelled at.
All right. So next we're on to Exhibitor 301, Morgan Bartley from the Tuscarora Indians. This is her junior doe crossbred. Now, she's not going to flip. Her bunny had surgery recently, so she's not going to flip her bunny over. So this is the view we're going to get of her bunny. It's very cute and spread out.
And I believe Morgan is aging
So
out
Morgan
this
is aging
year.
out, so this will be the last year
Yeah.
she's participating in the BCYF.
And what type of rabbit is that?
So this is a crossbred.
A crossbred.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable flipping her. She is a female.
All right. Next we have exhibitor number 410, Alvin Hop, and he's from the Sulphur Springs Superstars, and this is the junior doe. Now this is a Flemish Giant. So this rabbit was just born February the 5th, but Flemish Giants range anywhere. What you got, Mikey?
13 and up, so the sky's the limit.
Goodness
gracious. When they say some rabbits are the size of toddlers, there you go. That's one of yours.
Almost in this video, the rabbit almost looks like a stuffed animal.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
And they're the most fun.
Look at the dog.
I'll say rabbit and dog show.
Oh my goodness.
All in one.
And he's barefoot.
Okay. We don't point out people's flaws and qualities.
No, I love it. He's adorable. What is his name?
So this is
Alvin Hop.
Alvin.
Awesome job. I'm not
Yep.
making fun of you, Alvin. You did a great job.
We loved it.
Yes.
The sad part is I've also seen kids barefoot at the fair.
At the fair,
I
yeah.
love it. Oh my gosh, at the fair.
Like when they're, yeah, there's no point in me trying to hide it. Yes.
There we have it. So that was Class 9 Junior Doe.
I have two more I think we'll do after the break, maybe.
Yes, in that, yeah, absolutely. So that's all you're going to get for the opening of the Rabbit Show. I hope that you liked what you saw, and we do have to take time out to allow our sponsors to have a few words. So, Matt, take us into that break.
This portion of the show brought to you by Hagerstown Ford. They're changing the car buying experience. See a full list of inventory and visit them at HagerstownFord.com or FordofHagerstown.com. Both websites will take you to the exact same place that you need to go to maybe get your next vehicle. We're going to take this short commercial break, then we're back with more from the Youth Fair.
Hi, this is Eric from Hagerstown Ford. I keep telling you that Hagerstown Ford has completely changed the car buying experience forever. And with a return policy easier than Walmart, Hagerstown Ford has a goal to deliver 350 cars and trucks per month. And when I say deliver, I mean deliver to you, where you are, just like Amazon does. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. The only way Hagerstown Ford can accomplish this extremely aggressive goal is to make the car buying process fast and easy. We simply refuse to play the dumb back and forth games that most dealerships want to play. There's absolutely no reason for you to waste your precious time at a car dealership. I assure you, there is no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. that can beat our price. There's no dealership that will allow you to return your new car if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely has the best price, and we'll bring the car to you. And if you don't want it, return it, period. No questions asked. There's no reason to buy anywhere else. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience and get your new ride delivered to you.
Contact dealer for details.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face. When someone close to you passes away, it's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Welcome back into the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you, having some fun talking rabbits and everything that is involved in rabbits. This portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success they deserve. Back to our host for this week's festivities, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, my face is officially stretched from laughing so much tonight, and this first segment of the Rabbits is just fun. I'm having a great time. I hope you're having a great time. And one thing, I think Sherry Dieter Davis knew when she put this log together that we were going to be having so much fun at that point that she split that class.
Pause, yeah.
And we'd need to pause because we should have finished up that class before we went to break, but there was, in our run sheet, we went to break. We did what we were supposed to do. But anyways, we've seen 5, correct? And Stephanie, we saw 5 in the Class 9 Junior Doe of the Rabbits, but we have 2 more before we can announce the placings and ribbons. So hopefully you remembered the first 5, and now we've got 2 more to show you.
All right, so now we have Exhibitor 414. This is Austin Davis from Sulphur Springs Superstars. This is his Junior Doe Californian. And this is another rabbit that gets, this rabbit was just born in February.
It's hard to believe that's a baby.
That's a baby. Yeah.
I'm saying they get 8 to 10.5 pounds, and this is what they would call a commercial body type.
And just noticing the ear differences. You had the floppy ears, now you have the ears that are sticking straight up. Yep. So many different things. And this one looks like a stuffed animal to me, too.
One of the cool things about their ears is that's what helps keep them cool.
Interesting. Fun fact. All right, so we have 1 more to show.
Now we're going on to 432. This is Coley Henry from Hedgesville Superchargers. This is her Junior Doe Mini Lop. And this one was born in March the 3rd.
Aww.
It's good color. I like the color of this one.
I was saying one thing to notice is you can see how small this one is. So these are going to be 4 to 6.5 pounds. And this is what they would call a compact rabbit type.
Okay.
So the body type then, when they have them posed on their feet, they should tuck them all nice and compact. So they're going to tuck them all in.
Oh, so fluffy.
Yes. So there's 7 entries in that class.
All right. Great entries. All different. Very
different.
Very fluffy and adorable. I can't wait to see how they place. So if you're ready, we're ready.
Okay. So these are your Junior Does. Again, these guys, these ladies were born February the 1st of this year through April the 30th.
Okay.
All right. So we're going to start at the top here. I have Holden Custer from Southern Cross, Exhibitor 72, with the crossbred. And this is a blue ribbon rabbit.
Okay.
I have Exhibitor 121, Parker Custer from Southern Cross, the Mini Lop. This is a blue ribbon rabbit.
Okay.
And that's his Rex. So Parker should have another one. That was his Mini Lop.
There we go.
His ears lopped over. There you go.
There
That's a
it
Mini
is.
Lop.
Yes.
All right, and that's a blue ribbon bunny. Exhibitor 432, Coley Henry from Hedgesville Superchargers, with her Mini Lop, is a blue ribbon rabbit. There she is.
I'll say, in using these pictures, you can really see how that body type changes.
Yep. And then back to Parker, 121 Parker Custer's Rex, and this is a red ribbon rabbit.
Those ears.
I know, I love them.
Oh my goodness.
And then on to exhibitor 410, Alvin, from Sulphur Springs Superstars, the Flemish Giant. And this is a red ribbon rabbit. And then exhibitor 414, Austin Davis, from Sulphur Springs Superstars.
Hold on just one moment as I grab that picture.
Absolutely.
Knew I was missing one, couldn't figure out which one it was. Looking for 414.
So while you're doing that, fun fact, so some of these pet rabbits can actually live up to 10 years and up, just depending upon how their care is while they are in domesticated captivity.
Yep.
There's 414.
There we go. That's a Californian. So that's a red ribbon rabbit. And then I have exhibitor 301, Morgan Bartley from Tuscarora Indians, with her crossbred, and she's a white ribbon rabbit today. Congratulations to all the kids with their junior does. They did great. All right. I guess drum roll, because now you're ready for the big news.
Oh, yes.
All right. So the grand champion junior doe is going to exhibitor 432, Coley Henry, of the Hedgesville Superchargers 4-H, with her mini lop, born March the 3rd of 2020. Congratulations, Coley.
Yes.
And your reserve champion junior doe is exhibitor 72 of the Southern Cross 4-H, with his crossbred, born April 24th. Congratulations, Holden.
Congratulations to both of you.
Yes, congratulations, guys. You did a good job. Thank you for persevering. You did great with this.
Yes. Especially because if you think about it, a lot of those were born right before the shutdown. So
they were.
They
yeah,
got
or
lots of
during.
extra
During the
attention.
shutdown.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
Yes.
And we have their awards.
Okay, let's hear
Junior
them.
Doe champion receives $15 from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner. And the Junior Doe Reserve champion receives $10 from Jamie and Wendy Miller and Wyatt Reiner.
Very good. Awesome. Well, we're gonna get to see one more class before we take another break. So the class 10,
yes,
senior doe.
All right, class 10 senior doe. We're going to start out with exhibitor 51, Elena Funkhauser from Blue Ridge Helping Hands. This is her senior doe, Himalayan. This rabbit was born July 1st of 2014. So Himalayans are all stretched out there on the table.
Very long.
So Hemis have this thing called, sorry, Mikey, I'm taking your
Go
fun
for
fact. Hemis do a Hemi haze. They'll be in their cage and they'll be nice and comfortable and they'll stretch out like that and they'll fall over and they'll just lay there. And it takes a second to get them, wake them up. Hello, let's go. So I get calls a lot that there's a rabbit down, but it's not really down. It's just taking a nap.
Aww.
All right, on to exhibitor number 72. This is Holden Custer from Southern Cross, and this is a senior doe crossbred born April 15th of 17.
I'm going to say, and we talked about gestation periods for how long they're pregnant. Rabbits have one of the shortest ones at 31 days, 28 to 31 days.
Good grief.
So you can get multiple litters within a year.
Yep. Next, ready? On to exhibitor 109, Mackenzie Hahn from Sulphur Springs Superstar. So this is her mini Rex. This rabbit was born June 28th of 2019.
I have never seen a bunny rabbit look like that.
Mini Rex, yeah. So have you read the book, The Velveteen Rabbit?
I have.
The Velveteen Rabbit was probably based on a mini Rex or a Rex. Probably a Rex. They're just soft and
Yeah, they're really soft.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Adorable.
All right, exhibitor 118 from the Musselman FFA. This is Nick Guzman with his senior doe, Netherland Dwarf. This rabbit was born May 10th of 2018. So this little bunny looks like a squirrel. He's so little.
And at the beginning, you saw him show the teeth, and that was because, just like our fingernails, rabbits' teeth never stop growing.
Nope. You got to keep stuff in there for them to chew on, or they'll chew on their cages.
Really?
And then,
Oh my goodness.
Exhibitor 121, Parker Custer from Southern Cross This is the senior doe Holland Lop. And this rabbit was born December 13th of 19. I love the Lops for whatever reason. They're so cute. All the rabbits are adorable to me, but the Lops, the way their ears fall over is...
And this exhibitor likes rabbits too. I see he's had several entries already.
Him and his brother both.
Yes, when I talked to the parents way back at the beginning, it was that the kids had to decide which rabbits they were going to show at the fair.
I'd like to see what it looks like at their house. I bet they're their farm of rabbits.
Feet.
Right there, it looks like a cat.
Yeah.
So that is our class 10 senior doe, right?
I have
we
more.
Have we have more?
I do. I have, let's see, there are 19 entries in this category. Do you want me to keep going?
You know what? There we did it again. We broke them up again. She must have really thought we were going to be laughing and need a break.
I guess.
Yeah. Do we need to take a break?
I will leave that up to you guys.
I mean,
I have one ready if we want to take a break and load the next ones up.
There are 8 more, so we just saw 5. Why don't we go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back and see the rest of those, the class 10, and there's so many of them. It just gives us a chance to take all that beauty and fluffiness in. So, Matt, take us to break.
This portion of the program brought to you by Brown Funeral Homes and Cremation Robert Fields and Sons, a full-service funeral home serving the area since 1880. Back with more of the virtual youth fair coming up next.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV 10. getting ready to talk some more rabbits. But first, I want to let you know that this portion of the program brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. The Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Back over to the host of this week's events, Mary Beth Blair.
So if you're just joining us, or you were with us before the break, you'll know this too. I just think it's important to bring you up to speed that we are in the middle of our rabbit show, and we're getting lots of comments online. I wanted to say thank you. Allison, who just posted on our Facebook account, said that she's loving all these bunnies, and so am I. This is awesome. I love seeing all these fluffy animals. They're so adorable. And we were in the middle of the senior doe, correct? The senior 10. Senior doe. Let me start over. Yep. Class 10, senior doe. And we already saw, we've seen 5 entries so far, 5 exhibitors, and we're about to see 8 more. Is that correct? Do I have it right?
I have about 14 more to go.
Oh,
yep.
14.
8 more before we have to take another break.
Wait a second.
Yep.
We
8
actually,
more, we'll
this is such a big class. It's broken into 3 segments. Well, that must mean this is very popular.
My senior does and senior bucks are always the most popular.
And you know what? That's one of the things that I remember at the fair the most when I'm looking at exhibits, how you want to stay in the rabbits. They're just, you know, you want to take them home with you.
Yep.
So. All right, well, let's see 8 more then.
All right, we're going to start off with exhibitor 122, Peyton Dugan.
This is a 4-year-old.
And this is her Flemish Giant.
I have to say it's actually better on the virtual show to see the bunnies, because they're usually in, when I see them and visit them, they're in the cage and they're like, you can't really see all these features.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I miss about the fair. That's one of the best parts, is during the day when it's not as crowded, the kids have their rabbits out, and their daycare groups that come through. There's lots of just groups of kids that come through, and then they get to see them and they get to pet them, and that makes a big difference to the littles. Yep.
All right.
All right, we have Peyton Dugan again, number exhibitor 122, with a senior doe crossbred. Peyton's representing the Spring Mills FFA.
Hold on, I only had one 122.
You should have another one.
Well,
and I'm wondering
see if I can fix that.
Because she has a Flemish Giant and a crossbred.
Yep, there it is.
So let's take a look and see.
And here is.
This is a 4-month-old Flemish Giant.
Yeah, I think this is her Flemish. This is her Flemish Giant.
My apologies.
That's all right. So the first one we saw for Peyton was her crossbred, and this is her Flemish Giant. And so part of their showmanship routine is to flip them over and check their teeth.
Honestly, who gets to see teeth like that on a bunny rabbit? Like, you don't see that at the, and I just had that image of you, of like a cartoon, seeing a bunny eat a carrot, and now we actually get to see what it looks like.
So you brought up teeth, so people assume that rabbits are in the same family as rodents. And it's far from the truth. They are in their own little family called lagomorphs.
Lagomorphs.
So I know that's going to be a spelling test word on Thursday. Get ready for it. So a lagomorph it's going to be its own separate category with rabbits. And
Mike, I'm waiting for you to fall off at all. You're just not. You're bringing
No,
it
I'm consistent.
And he said he didn't have any facts about rabbits.
No, I have facts.
I don't believe it.
All right, we're moving on to exhibitor 128. This is Mr. Ryan Barrett from the New Seekers 4-H Club. This is his senior doe Mini Rex. They're checking the ears, and they're checking for ear mites before they flip them over. Got to leave lots of stuff in their cages for them to chew on. And they have to trim their nails just like we trim ours. They have to trim theirs, and if they don't, then they'll end up with scratches all over them. Not the rabbit, the kid. So it's important to trim them up.
And I know that you brought up the fact that a lot of these kids seem to be younger. Rabbits are still considered livestock, so they can still be harvested for food. But a lot of what you are going to see are more on the pet side. So as much as they show as a pet, during showmanship, they would still be asked questions about the meat industry. So it kind of expands their knowledge a little bit more rather than just about pets.
So what would it look like in the ring at the youth fair? You would how do they bring them out so they're not walking around like you see like the goat or the sheep or whatever? So
nope, we have a table.
Okay.
And I keep carpet tiles on the table again so that they're not scratching up. And each exhibitor will carry their rabbit to the table, set the rabbit down, and pose the rabbit according to the body type. And then the judge will stand, and then he'll start. And it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing the showmanship, then he'll go around to each child and ask questions about the rabbit and different things like that. If it's the breed portion and he's looking at the rabbit's overall body structure, then the judge will take the rabbit to his side of the table, and he'll handle the rabbit himself, because you got to get your hands in there. And you know, if they're looking for meat quality rabbits or, you know, depending.
So this year, definitely with the virtual fair, there are parts of judging that can't be done. You can't, I mean, they can only see the rabbits. So there are things they can't really look at this year. But even so, that all of them are being judged equally for what they can see.
Exactly.
So that's interesting to know that they do all those different facets, and that the exhibitor has to have that knowledge of their animal as well.
And I think that's why the photos and the videos were so important this year, because the judge can't get their hands on, but if the videos are, you know, taken all the way around and the photos are done properly, then they're going to get some eyes on.
So it was really important to take special effort in doing the video and doing the pictures. That was really part of their showmanship for this year. So
Most
very
definitely.
good. All right, well, let's see the next one.
All right, Exhibitor 135. This is Shasta Holler from the Hedgesville FFA with her senior doe. And this is a dwarf hotot. Not hot tot. It's a hotot.
Hotot.
Yes, and they also call them eyeliners. So I don't know if she'll get close up on this one. If you look at this rabbit's eyes, it looks like she has eyeliner on.
I see that. Almost.
Can you see?
The rabbit, when she's like that, almost looks like a porcelain.
Yes.
Not real rabbit.
Yep. Their favorite part of them is their eyes.
Beautiful.
On to Exhibitor 151. This is Ashton Lazarick from the Hedgesville FFA with her senior doe, Mini Rex.
Oh my gosh, it looks like a marshmallow. But that angle, I was like, wow.
Flip around and look at Bunny's
there
face.
She is.
There you go.
I'll say, funny enough, we talked about how important vision is for all these animals. Rabbits can see behind them because of the offset of their eyes.
Okay.
But the strange part is they actually have a blind spot in the front.
Interesting. Wow.
On to Exhibitor 157. This is Cheyenne Grove from Valley Star 4-H Club with her senior doe, Himalayan. You can always tell a Hemi. They're all stretched out like that, and most of the time they have red eyes and a brown nose.
And they have that cylindrical body type, so they almost look like a tube from beginning to end.
I see that. Oh my gosh.
They're so cute. All right, on to Exhibitor 128. Miss Bailey Krauser from Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club with
128 or 228?
228. Thanks, Matt. Sorry about that. And this is her Mini Rex. It's a very dark black, I think. I love so you go from the lop whose ears lay down beside their head to other ones, you know, Rexes, and their ears just ping, stick straight up.
She's so careful with it, like a baby.
And the funniest part is, I don't think a lot of people realize this, when rabbits are born, they have no fur at all. And they also don't see for about the first 2 weeks. So they have their eyes completely shut for that period of time.
Even more room left in there for more information?
Absolutely.
It's probably not coming out of your ears by now.
But at some points it probably is.
On to Exhibitor 232, Miss Brooke Gaynor from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club. This is her senior doe. This is her Polish. And she's one of my oldest rabbits, I think. This rabbit was born June 10th of 2015.
Oh my.
Yeah. I think she's the oldest of my senior does.
I'll say, so do you know what a group of rabbits is called?
No, but you're going to tell me.
It's a herd.
A herd.
So you have a herd of rabbits.
Okay.
So and where the herd lives is actually called a warren.
Warren, you got that, Matt?
I think so.
You guys need to be making some
I
flashcards.
should have brought like a notebook for all the notes.
You're going to have a big old test on Thursday.
Okay.
I fibbed a tiny bit. I did have Elena Funkhauser, who had a Himalayan way back at the beginning of the does, had one born in 2014. So.
Okay,
Yep.
so great. Well, there's another 8 in this class. Beautiful bunnies, and we will take a break and come back and see 6 more, and then we will share with you their placings and ribbons. So, all right, let's head on into the break.
This portion of the program has been brought to you by Parsons Ford. They're located on Shepherdstown Pike, just outside of Martinsburg. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons. We'll be back with more of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair after this.
WVU Medicine joins with the community in celebrating the hard work and dedication of all the youth in our area who will be a part of the first ever Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. WVU Medicine applauds the Berkeley County Youth Fair Board for making this virtual fair possible and doing their part to protect the health and safety of our community by not having a traditional fair at the fairgrounds this year in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. WVU Medicine is proud to be a blue ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Youth Fair.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons number 1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Weldon, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you for TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. Just a reminder, if you miss any of the coverage live tonight, it will archive immediately following the conclusion of each night's events on YouTube. If you're watching on TV10 and can't figure out the internet and don't know how to get to YouTube, they will re-air on TV10 each day the following morning/early afternoon. So today's program will re-air following Eastern Panhandle Talk on TV10 at 10 a.m. and will take you right up till when we start again tomorrow at 4 p.m. This portion of the program is brought to you by 63rd District Delegate John Hardy, who wishes all the participants in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair the best of luck. Back over to the host of this year's event, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, I might have to say that right now we're in the middle of the rabbit show, and I don't know that we've had this much. Well, I don't know. We have had fun in every single show, but this one has been very unique, and it's been great. I never expected to have so much fun during the rabbit show. Thank you. This is fun. This has been great. That it's the second half when we're like, we could be just getting a little tired, but boy, we've got our second wind, and I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are at home. And guess what? This is the huge class. We've seen 2 segments of it. We've got another 6 to go, and then we're going to hear the placings, the ribbons, and the grand and reserve champion in this huge class. So we're going to shoot it back over to Stephanie so that she can introduce us to 6 more.
All right, here we go with exhibitor 262. Gabriel Delgado from the Tuscarora Indians 4-H Club with his Holland Lop.
I would say while Gabe is doing this, I'd also like to give a shout out to Miss April Burrows. She's coming to us from Bethany Beach in Delaware, so it's always nice to see that we have supporters watching.
We love you, April.
It's always great to see, them tuning in from near and far away.
That's right. That's great. If you're tuning in from somewhere outside of Berkeley County, give a shout out to Mikey.
We had the United Kingdom yesterday. That one's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, right.
Across an ocean, that one's hard to beat.
Post on Facebook. Text someone who is here that we can know where you're viewing from. That's a good fun fact.
On to exhibitor 337. This is Miss Ashley Mullis from the New Seekers 4-H Club, and this is her senior doe, Holland Lop. I don't know all of their names, but I'm pretty sure this is Elsa.
Elsa, how does she keep Elsa so clean?
Baby wipes.
Oh, really? So that's the trick, huh?
That's the trick.
Baby wipes are the trick of a lot of different species. So
interesting.
Yes. White rabbits are hard to keep clean because they cuddle up into their own pile of
soil.
And so you'll notice some yellow feet sometimes or some yellow spots on their hind end where they've leaned against something. But if you use some white vinegar, some baby wipes, you can get it out.
That's the trick.
Yep.
All
right. On to exhibitor 375. This is Kiara Foltz from the Blue Ridge Helping Hands. And Kiara. This is her Holland Lop.
So colorful.
I'm going to flip her.
I would say they talked about, having that litter in the cage. I believe rabbits are actually one species that you can litter box train.
You can, yes. So not been successful at it, but you can do it.
Maggie hasn't been successful at it, but there are people out there.
Yeah, actually, I can say the rabbits we have, they pick one corner, and that's the corner that they use for the most part. Although I have one now who's decided that outside is the best place to go for him. So, on to exhibitor 422. Hunter Leonard from the Back Creek Valley Mountaineers. This is his senior doe, Holland Lop. And you'll notice there's lops that we just did back to back to back, and the colors vary.
They do.
We've had an all-white one, now a brown one. So.
And remember, if you are going to vote for a People's Choice Award for the rabbits, all these numbers and names are important, so make sure you're writing that down and you go to the website and shoot us an email. I think it's only one email. We can only accept your email once for each award, so we'd love to have you vote.
All right, on to exhibitor 427. This is Nathan Lark from Southern Cross, and this is Nathan's senior doe Mini Rex. The velvety soft ones.
I'm saying you hear a lot of the breeds over again. The ARBA, according to them, the top 6 breeds are California, New Zealand, Mini Rex, Mini Lop, Angora, and Palomino. So you will hear those quite frequently throughout the show.
And our last exhibitor in this class of senior does is exhibitor 439, Miss Jennifer Price from Tuscarora Indians. And this is her... Almost. This is her checkered giant. And checkered giants, I think, tell me the weights, Mikey.
Checkered giants are 11 pounds and up.
Yeah, checkered giants are one of the larger ones. This rabbit is definitely big, and I don't know if you can tell by this video, but this little lady is definitely very big. Jennifer's worked with her really well, though, because last year she was a little more skittish, the rabbit, and this year she did really well.
Oh, so that brings up a point. You can re-show a rabbit. So I think earlier we were talking about other animals, and you can't show them multiple times. No. Okay.
If they're in the market classes, right?
Market.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
Yep. All right. So, and 19 entries in the Senior Doe class. Great job to all of you guys. And now we'll go down the list and we'll give you some ribbon colors.
Sounds great.
All right. Here we go. Exhibitor number 51, Miss Elena Funkhauser, with her Himalayan, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 109, Miss Mackenzie Hahn from Sulphur Springs Superstars, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 128, Mr. Ryan Barrett from the New Seekers 4-H Club, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 135, Shasta Haller from Hedgesville FFA, receives a blue ribbon. Ashton Lazarick, Exhibitor 151, from Hedgesville FFA, receives a blue ribbon. Cheyenne Grove, Exhibitor 157, from Valley Star 4-H Club, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 232, Brooke Gaynor from Tuscarora Indians, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 375, Kiera Foltz, with her Holland Lop, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 439, Jennifer Price, with her Checker Giant, receives a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 228, Bailey Krauser from Tuscarora Indians, with her Mini Rex, receives a red ribbon. Gabriel Delgado, Exhibitor 262, from Tuscarora Indians, receives a red ribbon. Exhibitor 337, Miss Ashley Mullis from New Seekers, receives a red ribbon. Exhibitor 427, Nathan Lark, with his Senior Doe from Southern Cross Mini Rex. He gets a red ribbon. Exhibitor 72, Holden Custer from Southern Cross, with his crossbred, receives a white ribbon. Exhibitor 118, Nicholas Guzman from Musselman FFA, with his Netherland Dwarf, receives a white ribbon. Exhibitor 121 from Southern Cross, Parker Custer's Holland Lop, receives a white ribbon. Exhibitor 122, so Peyton, Exhibitor 122, you should have two for her. Her Flemish Giant.
Is that the right one? Or is it the other one?
No, I think it's this one. Receives a white ribbon. And then Peyton's crossbred, she's Exhibitor 122 from Spring Mills FFA. She receives a white ribbon. And Hunter Leonard, Exhibitor 422 from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers, has a Holland Lop, and he receives a white ribbon. And then on to Grand and Reserve Champion. I'm proud of all of these kids. I feel like they're my kids. So I get a little choked up sometimes when I talk about these kids. All right, here we go. Your Grand Champion Senior Doe is Exhibitor 128, Ryan Barrett.
Aww.
Of the New Seekers 4-H Club, with his Mini Rex, born September 11th, 2019.
Great job.
Great job, Ryan.
Woohoo.
The Reserve Champion Senior Doe is Exhibitor 109, Miss Mackenzie Hahn of the Sulphur Springs Superstars 4-H, with her Mini Rex, born June 28th, 2019. Congratulations, Ryan and Mackenzie. You guys did a great job. All the exhibitors did a great job.
Yes, I don't know how to judge. Well, I'm not. That's why I'm not the judge.
That's not my job.
That's why I'm not the judge. They're all so beautiful.
Okay, and the Senior Doe Champion wins $15 from the Shop 304 LLC, and the Senior Doe Reserve Champion receives $10 from the Shop 304 LLC. Good job, guys.
Yep. All right, and next we'll do Senior Bucks.
And that is after the next break, right, Mary Beth? Going to take one more break and then come back and start. Start with the Bucks?
Yes, we did. We kind of switched things up there. We decided to move the champion and the reserve there.
We have the power. We can do that.
We can. And so, yes, we're going to come back in just a minute with the Class 12 Senior Bucks. And do we have as many in that group as we did in the first? Or?
Oh, yes. My Senior Bucks, I think I've got 20 of them.
I'm anxious to see if I can tell a difference. What do you think?
When they flip them over, I'm guaranteeing you're going to be able to tell the difference.
Of course you had to go there, Matt. Of course you had to go there.
Yeah, come on, Matt.
This portion of the Youth Fair has been brought to you by 2nd Congressional Democratic candidate Kathy Kunkel, who wishes the best to all of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants. We're back after this break.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
When you overlook the ridge of our mountains, paddle down our rivers, or talk to our people, you can see how much potential West Virginia has. I'm running for governor to bring new and fresh solutions to the problems holding us back. My only agenda is West Virginia people, which is why I will always put people before politics. I will bring transparency to Charleston and am dedicated to preserving the liberty and freedoms of all West Virginians. I am Erica Kalenich, the Libertarian nominee for governor, and I hope to earn your vote in November.
Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
Berkeley County Sheriff Curtis Keller wishes the best of luck to all the exhibitors in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair and congratulates the Fair Board and volunteers who worked so hard to make sure we could still celebrate this important community event. Curtis Keller and his wife Becky have been longtime supporters of the Youth Fair and have volunteered many hours serving at this important community event. Curtis Keller has been serving this community as a law enforcement officer for more than 30 years. Please help us re-elect Curtis Keller as your new sheriff of Berkeley County. Paid for by candidate. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. Matt Crawford here with you. Before we get into our next segment of the show, I want to remind you that this portion is brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Berkeley Medical Center right here in Martinsburg, Jefferson Medical Center in Charlestown. Back over to the host and somebody who knows a lot about WVU Medicine, Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Center, Mary Beth Blair.
Thank you so much, Matt. And we are just plugging away here at on night 2 of our virtual fair. It's hard to believe it's just night 2. I feel like we're in such a groove that we've been working at this thing a lot longer than 2 nights. But here we are, night 2. We are heavy in the middle of Rabbit Show, and we're having a blast. We're learning a lot about rabbits, or at least I am. I know Matt is.
I am. Lots and lots.
The rest in the room have so many fun facts and knowledge that we're just soaking it all up. We're sponges this week. So we're excited now to head into our senior bucks. And Stephanie, would you take us there to show us some of those?
So we're moving on to the senior bucks. It seems like we skipped over, so anybody who follows my rabbit shows knows the junior buck class. I didn't have any entries this year for the junior buck class. Okay. It's hard with the juniors because they have to be born February to April of the current year. So they're not the rabbit that you can bring back next year. But the seniors are, so that's why those classes are bigger. So we're moving on to the senior buck class, and these rabbits were born February 1st of this year or earlier. Back. There you go, back. So they have to be older than. So typically they were born in years past. So here we go with exhibitor number 9. This is Andrew Leonard from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers, and this is his Holland Lop. This one was born in 2019.
And Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's also a separate way of showing where you actually have them jump over different height obstacles.
Yes, so you can do an agility competition with them. It's not something that we do at the youth fair, but it's definitely something that the Cavy clubs and whatnot do. More of an ARBA show. Moving on to exhibitor number 23. This is Brennan Alt from the Spring Valley FFA, and this is her senior buck. This is a giant chinchilla, and they are gorgeous.
And big, 12 to 15 pounds.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
You'll hear them called giant chins because nobody wants to say chinchilla all the time.
I would like to know what a giant chinchilla eats.
The same thing that Holland Lop or Netherland Dwarf eats.
Just a lot more of it.
Just a lot more of it. Pellets.
Okay.
Hay. Lots of Timothy hay. I bet this rabbit eats a lot of Timothy hay.
And what is
the hay helps with their digestion. There's just another different, I guess it's a different type of hay that you can plant out in the field. Tractor Supply, great supporter. They have lots of it there. But oats. We put oatmeal, like not the quick cooking oats, but the old fashioned. Put that in there, and that helps with their coat and helps to beef them up just a little bit if you need it. Okay, so now we have Holden Custer, and he's got 2 entries in this one, so we're going to do his Rex first. So this is exhibitor 72, Holden Custer Southern Cross,
Senior buck Rex.
And I think this is his Rex. If I'm wrong,
right, I was going
it's his
one
crossbred.
first. This was -1, so I figured I'd try that one first.
Now, see, I do think that looks like a boy. Without seeing anything else, he looks meatier,
a gorgeous little
and
boy,
he looks
isn't he?
stronger.
His teeth.
Why are you rolling your eyes at me, Mikey?
I would never do that.
So there's a Rex, and then there's a mini Rex, and you know, same kind of features. I believe,
gender.
obviously different sizes. And then his same exhibitor 72, Holden Custer, with the senior buck crossbred.
Look at that.
So this one's crossbred with with a lop of some sort.
I'm saying go back to what they feed. I believe the hay also helps maintain, so fur balls do not actually enter into the stomach.
Because rabbits can't.
So that's my fun fact. Rabbits can't vomit. Stephanie told me I wasn't allowed to use that one, but she prefaced it, so that opens it up to the game.
Yep.
So, but that aids in that digestion cycle for them.
Because they can't get rid of their fur balls. But they do clean themselves like a cat.
They do.
They do.
Very good groomers, very clean animals.
Oh, yes. They are, actually.
Okay, Mikey. Question. Why is their little nose always quiver? Is there a reason? Is that some type of a protective thing? Is he sniffing? Is he sniffing his prey?
I don't think they're sniffing prey. I think they're just sniffing the air.
They're just happy.
Yeah, they're just happy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exhibitor 109, Miss Mackenzie Hahn from Sulphur Springs Superstars with her senior buck mini Rex.
That pattern is just so striking.
And you see them grab the tuft on the back of their neck. It doesn't hurt them. It's just that loose skin back there. And it's the same tuft that their mom would pick them up and move them around if she needed to. But once you pick them up like that and flip them over, they kind of just go, okay,
yeah,
you can do it.
Yes.
And then there's others that say, don't do it. Aww. But most of these guys are trained very well. All right, now on to Exhibitor 118, Mr. Nicholas Guzman from the Musselman FFA with his Netherland dwarf. And again, his little bunny, he has two. And this one, they look like squirrels. They're so little. And then on to Exhibitor 121, Parker Custer from Southern Cross 4-H Club with his senior buck, Dutch.
Very like.
You can tell a Dutch by their pattern.
Yes. Okay.
And again, 3.5 to 5.5 pounds for a Dutch. And you can tell
the color's very symmetrical in that too. It like splits right down the middle.
Yep. Do the rabbits like to be held and cuddled, or like an animal does?
It's just like any pet that you have. The more you do it, the more they like it.
Okay.
I have exhibitors that carry them around like they're their children and they're babies, and they love on them, and they do great. And we have a rabbit that just kind of falls into your arms and lays back like a baby. But if you try to pick up the rabbit for the very first time, or you don't work with them enough, then that's not so easy. And that's the goal of to teach the little kids, I say the littles, the 8, the 9-year-olds, to grab that tuft and get them flipped over. Because when you do that continuously and they get used to that process, then it's going to be easier on the kids when they do their showmanship portion. And that's one of the most important things, to be able to do that. So
that's good to know.
Yep.
Oddly enough, there's only one other species that you flip in showmanship. Do you want to take a guess at what it is?
Well, it'd have to be something you could hold. I'm trying to think of all the different.
It's not
categories.
A steer. I'll tell
it's
you.
not a steer.
It's
not a heifer.
What else do we have coming up? A chicken?
A chicken. Very good. You get an A for today.
So proud of myself. See, I've been studying. Studying the run sheet. Know what's coming up later in the week. I think we have those on Wednesday.
We do.
Yes.
Live with Cindy.
We have beef, the beef show, and then we're going to go to the.
Yep, talk about auction.
Talk about auction, and then
Cindy Raines will be on with poultry.
Yeah, that was great. All right, well, so we're going to take a break on that note when I feel accomplished that I actually knew something. And we are going to take a time out here and go to our sponsors, and we'll be back with more in the Senior Buck Rabbit Show.
Before we go to our commercial break, I want to remind folks that this portion of the program was brought to you by Libertarian candidate for West Virginia Governor, Eric Konelich, who encourages all of us to support the youth participating in this year's Youth Fair. Back with more from this year's Youth Fair next.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face when someone close to you passes away. It's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Howdy, cowpokes. Do your business cards look like they were designed by a coat roper? Well, this cowboy knows the advantage of dealing with folks the old-fashioned way. When you order printed material on the internet, you're stuck with what you get. But when you need printed material to look just right, you want to deal with folks you know. And that's what you'll find at Panhandle Printing and Design. Local folks that have been delivering results for years. They can help with everything from design to production of stationery envelopes, business cards, invitations, vinyl signs, banners, vehicle wraps, and a lot more. They can answer all your printing questions, and you can call them on the phone or hop on your horse and go see them, because they're your one-stop printing shop where they have something for everyone. Panhandle Printing and Design at 124 North Maple Avenue in Martinsburg. Call 304-267-70 2400. You can even find them online, too, if you want to. If you need printed materials, don't deal with some city slicker you'll never meet. Trust the folks at Panhandle Printing and Design.
Floodwaters can spread E. coli bacteria. Here's Bill Kearns from the Berkeley County Health Department about what to do if your well is tested positive.
If it's just a one-time contamination, you can superchlorinate your well, which we have instructions at the health department. They could call and talk to us. You're providing an excessive amount of bleach down the well. Then you do a runoff to get that out of the system, to get the bleach through your lines, get any contamination out there. You do a runoff of so long, and then you can have it tested again.
The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-5131.
Hello, this is Riley Moore, Republican candidate for state treasurer. The 73rd annual Berkeley County Youth Fair is a special opportunity for our youth to showcase their talent and hard work. We can all be proud here in the region to be one of the few remaining fairs dedicated to youth exhibitors. It is particularly important during COVID-19 that we continue to support the hard work of our youth for this amazing annual youth fair. I'm Riley Moore, and I thank you for your support of our youth.
Welcome back in to the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. This portion of the program is brought to you by Johnny's, serving restaurant quality food at wholesale prices. Located on Route 11 South in Chambersburg, Johnny's Express is on Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg. Back over to our host and some more rabbit action. Mary Beth Blair.
Well, here we are. We're night 2. We've got about a little over an hour left. Are you with us? Are you still wide awake, enjoying all these amazing rabbits and learning lots of fun facts from our resident fact? What do we want to call him? Fact.
Our resident Mikey. That's who he's our resident
okay,
Mikey.
Yeah, that's it.
Enough said.
We're gonna give him a title before we're out.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, I think you should sneak a title under his name when it comes up the next time.
Miss Berkeley County Youth Fair. You already did that tonight.
So right now we're in the middle of the Senior Buck show for the rabbits, and we've seen some already. We've got another segment, another 8 we're going to show you now, and then another 5 after the next break before we get to the awards and placings. So Stephanie, take us away into the next group.
All right, here we go with exhibitor 122. This is Miss Peyton Dugan representing Spring Mills FFA
This is a 5
with her Senior Buck Dutch.
I was saying one thing that I think is really cool, and it, I'm perusing Facebook as we go through this. We're seeing a lot of watch parties, so shout out to the Burkhart family, because I know that they had a large gathering, and it's all family, all related, but they definitely took that to heart and had a great viewing party today for the Lamb Show.
They sure did.
All right, on to exhibitor 128. Ryan Barrett from the New Seekers 4-H Club with his Senior Buck Mini Rex.
Those eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. When you see them start to do all of that they're doing, this is the showmanship portion of it that we didn't get to do this year because it's a virtual fair, but it's the longest part of my rabbit show on any given show day. It's definitely one that takes a while. Next is exhibitor 157, Miss Cheyenne Grove from Valley Star 4-H Club with her Senior Buck Crossbred. I love the color of this one.
Oh,
there's the nose, Mary Beth.
Oh my goodness, it's white.
Look at it wiggling.
It is.
See, this bunny's happy.
I would love to have a bunny, but my dogs, that's what they chase in the backyard all day long.
And then we'll move on to exhibitor 254, Dylan Ruffner from the Four Fingers Poultry Club with his Senior Buck Californian.
When you brought up the dog chase him in the backyard, rabbits are one of those finicky breeds where they can actually be scared to death. So I think that was an interesting piece. A lot of people don't realize but you do have to be a certain amount of respectable to the livestock itself.
Yeah.
Whether it is a pet or, a grown steer, whatever it is. But, you still have to take care of that animal at all times.
And we'll move on to Exhibitor 258, Miss Emily Orndorff from the Blue Ridge Helping Hands with her senior buck, Dutch. Funny story, we went away for the weekend and one of our rabbits got out and the dog barked once, so the rabbit ran and lived under our building for 3 days until it finally came back out. Didn't think we'd ever see that bunny again, but we did.
Goodness. I have noticed sometimes when we do walk the dogs in the neighborhood, there are some rabbits that are very, of course these are not domestic animals, but they actually will stay as still, like they know we're coming, and they stay still. And there are times, one of our dogs is a coonhound, so he smells every rabbit before we even get close to it, and it doesn't matter if it moves or not. But rabbits are very smart.
Yeah, they are. And then on to Exhibitor 300. I think this is Megan Hess, and of the Blue Ridge Helping Hands, and this is her Mini Rex. Again, the Mini Rexes have that soft coat.
You can almost tell that in the picture.
In the picture, yeah. Yep. Little pink noses. All right, and then we'll move on to Exhibitor 313, Miss Savannah Barrick from Blue Ridge Helping Hands with her senior buck, Mini Rex.
And something also to note, with the temperatures that we usually see at the fair, a lot of times you'll see ice bottles in with them, because rabbits are very susceptible to heat stroke, because you can actually tell how hot they are by feeling their ears, but rabbits can actually only sweat through the pads of their feet.
Goodness, and it's so hot at the fair. That must be miserable for
It
them.
is. Yeah. It's a constant rotation of frozen bottles.
Oh my
to keep them all cool.
Yeah, we were lucky enough. My first year doing rabbit share, I was lucky enough to have a freezer donated to us, and we keep it down in the rabbit barn, and it's stocked full of water bottles. Actually, I have 2 freezers now so we can rotate the bottles through. But I put a thermometer. All the kids come in. It's hot. We need a water bottle. I'm like, it's not hot enough. Not quite yet. So we watch the thermometer, and when the thermometer hits a certain temperature, then
so where do
they
you
can
put
get water
it
bottles.
At in their cage?
If you put it in anywhere, the rabbit will move it and then lay right up against it and stretch right out. Yep. And I think we have one last rabbit in this little grouping. This is Exhibitor 337. This is Miss Ashley Mullis from the New Seekers 4-H Club with her senior buck, Netherland Dwarf. Netherland Dwarfs have very short ears. It doesn't look like it there, but they are. They're short.
Yes, they do look short.
Netherland Dwarfs are one of the smallest breeds I think that we've got.
It is 2 to 2.5 pounds. It's breed standard.
Yeah. Yep. These are the finicky rabbits. When new exhibitors say, "What kind of rabbit should I get?" I love the Netherland Dwarfs, but they, in my experience, are the grumpiest. And I think older kids do great with them, but not so much the new kids. Although I have new kids that do great with them. Yeah. So if you are a new kid out there and you have a Netherland Dwarf, I'm sure you did great.
Aww. So that is our second grouping of our senior bucks in our rabbit show. We have one more grouping of 5 to show you in the senior bucks. But before we do, we're going to head into a break and let our sponsors have a few words.
This portion of the youth fair has been brought to you by the Berkeley County Health Department, Berkeley-Morgan County Health Department now. 122 Waverly Court in Martinsburg is where you can locate them or give them a call at 304-263-5131. Back with more from the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair next.
It's one of the toughest times you'll ever face. When someone close to you passes away, it's a swirl of papers to sign and arrangements to be made, all while you're dealing with grief. At Brown Funeral Home, we encourage you to pre-plan. Pre-planning not only makes things easier for you, it protects you from rising costs. At Brown Funeral Home, our families are precious to us, and so are yours. Brown Funeral Home in Martinsburg, Inwood, and Charlestown, Ranson.
Our dad taught us a lot about the law, but he taught us even more about life and people.
He taught us to treat clients like family. At the Skinner Law Firm, the firm our father started here in the Eastern Panhandle, we still believe that.
We also believe that everyone has the right to be protected from those who don't play by the rules.
We believe it's about helping people. Call us at the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family.
I'm Kathy Kunkel. I'm running for U.S. House of Representatives here in the 2nd District. I'm not taking any corporate cash because I believe it's one of the fundamental problems in our politics today. The rest of the country does owe a debt to us here in Appalachia. For decades, we have been powering this country. We've had billions of dollars of wealth extracted from our state. 3 families in our country currently control more wealth than half of the population. We need a government for the many, not the few, and that's why I'm running for Congress. I'm Kathy Kunkel, and I approve this message.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
Hi, this is your delegate, John Hardy. Like many of you, I have fond memories of our youth fair going back to my childhood. I know that in these trying times, this year's fair is very different. One thing that hasn't changed is the tireless effort by the committee and the dedication and hard work that our youth has put into showcasing their exhibits to bring us this year's youth fair. I'd like to wish each and every person a successful youth fair, and don't forget, if you can, please support our youth by bidding on their livestock. I'm Delegate John Hardy, and I thank you for supporting the youth of Berkeley County.
Congratulations to the participants in the Berkeley County Youth Fair. What you are doing now is so important. You are our future. As the chair of the West Virginia State Senate Education Committee, I am working to ensure that you have the opportunity to be the best you can be. I am rooting for you.
Paid for by Rucker for WV, Lynn Staton, Treasurer.
Welcome back in to the 2020 virtual Berkeley County Youth Fair. Get rid of that echo real quick. This portion of the program brought to you by Democratic candidate for West Virginia Attorney General Sam Petzonk, wishing all of the Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair participants nothing but success. Back over with more rabbits, and to get us started in what I believe is our last portion before we get into some grand champions. So sending it back over now to your host for this week, Mary Beth Blair.
You know what, Matt? I, for one, am glad we have that official youth fair music, because it's really, at this hour, it really keeps you,
it's upbeat. Again,
going.
For those of you who weren't listening yesterday, we chose that music bed because this is it's listed in here as BC Youth Fair music. Each year when we would do our fair reports, which
Signature.
is usually the things that would play throughout each week, each day as to what was coming up at the fair. That was the music bed
Great
that
choice.
we would use, and with this being on YouTube, they are very, very particular about what music you can use with copyright laws. So, hey, this is our Youth Fair music. This is the Youth Fair.
Very fitting.
We're going to keep tradition here and
Keeps
keep the
us
Youth Fair
going.
music.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. It's keeping us going here at this late hour. We're going into our final hour of Tuesday, our second night of the virtual Youth Fair. Thanks for hanging with us all evening and being a part by engaging. We're seeing your pictures. We're seeing your comments. We appreciate them. They're encouraging. And we're just so glad that you have tuned in with us and are getting a youth fair experience, even though we can't be at the fairgrounds this week and enjoy all of the things that you typically would enjoy down there. At least the youth who've worked so hard and spent so many hours with their animals and with their projects, they're getting a chance to show the community what they've done, and we are so enjoying every minute of this, learning new facts and seeing all the hard work that's put in and meeting new friends. So thanks for being with us, and we are ready to move into the final viewing of our Senior Buck category of the Rabbit Show. We have 5 more to show you, and then we'll break before we announce their placings, ribbons, and who the Grand and Reserve Champion are. So Stephanie, take it away.
I'm ready. Let's go with Exhibitor 338, Miss Ashley Orndorff of the Blue Ridge Helping Hands, and this is her Silver Fox. And just like the other livestock showmen, the 4-H exhibitors wear the white shirts, the Kelly green scarves, and the black pants. Or they also, for the rabbit show, have an option. They can wear a white apron if they'd like to. I know kids in the past, I remember when we first started showing that the kids would wear aprons. I don't see that so much anymore, but it's an option. And then on to Exhibitor 361, Maggie Browning from the Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club with her Netherland Dwarf.
This is my...
Oh my goodness.
Just looks like a ball of fuzz.
Yeah. This rabbit likes TV.
Really? Any specific show?
This one he likes to show for the TV show. And then on to the next one again, Maggie Browning, Exhibitor 361 from the Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club with her Holland Lop Senior Buck. This is Dr. Hopper.
I like how they automatically move to wherever you move to.
Yeah. You noticed yellow feet. That's because they get into their mess. And then the next one I have is Exhibitor 371, Miss Sierra Berry from the Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club with her Mini Rex. I think this rabbit's name is Jax.
And again, a fun fact, so we know most of these are pets, but rabbit meat in general is lower in fat, cholesterol, and calories than chicken, pork, and beef. So a lot of times people will consume it because it is a completely alternative white meat. So
the last entry I have in this class is Devin Henry, Exhibitor 433 from Hedgesville Superchargers 4-H Club with a Holland Lop.
But please tell me none of these are going to be sold.
Oh no, so we don't sell rabbits. Jefferson County does on a normal year, so they do sell sets of rabbits. But that is not something, like I said, a lot of the ones we get in are more pets.
That's what
we do have a few that do raise them for meat and sell them for meat. But usually you can kind of tell them a little bit differently, do the, how they're trained, how young they are, because again, you don't want them to mature as fast because then the meat will get tough and taste pretty gamey.
If you notice, some of the rabbits their breed is listed as a crossbred. I know some parents with the kids and they rescue them. So the rabbits end up at the Humane Society like cats and dogs do, and they're rescued. And you don't necessarily know what breed they are whenever they come in that way. So some of them
just classify them then as a hybrid.
As a crossbred if you don't know exactly what they are.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Got it.
So that is all the entries in the senior buck class. There were 20 of them altogether.
20, okay.
Yep.
Well, I guess before we find out who got what ribbons, what placings, and also who the Grand and Reserve Champion are, and overall class winners and all of that good stuff, we're going to take one more break, and then we'll be coming to the end of our rabbit show. It's hard to believe.
Not only the end of the rabbit show, but getting close to the end of
close.
night, too.
Exactly.
Hard to imagine we've almost been through 2 full nights of the youth fair so far. It's been fun.
Hard to believe.
It has been a fun 2 nights so
Yes,
far,
it
but
has.
not done yet. Don't go anywhere.
Okay.
We'll be back right after this last commercial break. This portion of the program brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley, and Jefferson Medical Center, the best in healthcare close to home. Berkeley Medical Center right here in Martinsburg, Jefferson Medical Center in downtown Charlestown. Back after this commercial break.
Howdy, cowpokes. Do your business cards look like they were designed by a coat roper? Well, this cowboy knows the advantage of dealing with folks the old-fashioned way. When you order printed material on the internet, you're stuck with what you get. But when you need printed material to look just right, you want to deal with folks you know. And that's what you'll find at Panhandle Printing and Design. Local folks that have been delivering results for years. They can help with everything from design to production of stationery envelopes, business cards, invitations, vinyl signs, banners, vehicle wraps, and a lot more. They can answer all your printing questions, and you can call them on the phone or hop on your horse and go see them, because they're your one-stop printing shop where they have something for everyone. Panhandle Printing and Design at 124 North Maple Avenue in Martinsburg. Call 304-267-7400. You can even find them online, too, if you want to. If you need printed materials, don't deal with some city slicker you'll never meet. Trust the folks at Panhandle Printing and Design.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
Orsini's, not just an appliance store anymore. They're your one-stop resource for all home needs, whether it's custom kitchen design, countertops, or cabinets, or check out their new sleep studio with Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and Stearns & Foster. For all of your outdoor living needs, Orsini's has Gladiator Garage Works, Traeger grills, barbecue accessories, barbecue rubs and sauces, and every flavor wood pellets. Visit their brand new 8,200 square foot showroom at 360 Hack Wilson Way, 304-267-7251, Orsinis.com.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Walden, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go.
I'm Rod Hawker for Johnny's, where we've been serving the community for over 65 years. That means one thing. You've been supporting us for over 65 years. So to all of our customers at our Chambersburg and Martinsburg locations, we'd like to say a great big thank you for your continued patronage. You've been there for us, and we'll continue to be there for you with restaurant quality foods at wholesale prices. And if you haven't tried Johnny's yet, what are you waiting for? Stop in at either location and experience the Johnny's difference today.
My dad, Brad Knoll, is running for the House of Delegates 60th. He needs your vote to improve the poor infrastructure exposed by the pandemic. That includes better internet, cell phone, and roads.
Thanks, Laura. I also want to keep our young people like you in West Virginia. Brad Knoll needs your vote to make a difference on these issues. Remember, when it's time to vote in the fall, you need to vote for Brad Knoll.
Paid for by candidate.
A DUI arrest can have a devastating impact on one's life, your job, your driver's license, and in some cases your very freedom. My name is Harley Wagner. I own and operate West Virginia's only exclusive DUI defense firm. Since 1999, I've been representing citizens throughout the Eastern Panhandle and state of West Virginia charged with DUI. Let my years of training and experience work for you.
The initial consultation is free at the Wagner Law Firm in Martinsburg. Phone 304-901-7400 or online at westvirginiaduilawyers.com.
3 cheers for free delivery from South Berkeley Pharmacy to your front door. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists, is more than just a pharmacy. We have the best gift shop in town, and nobody beats our service. South Berkeley Pharmacy, home healthcare specialists. southberkeleypharmacy.com.
There is only one bank in the area that has been number one for 9 consecutive years in the Eastern Panhandle. City National Bank has been voted the number one bank 9 years in a row in the Journal's Reader's Choice poll. City National Bank has also been voted number one in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power & Associates 3 years in a row. City National Bank is proud to be a red ribbon sponsor of this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. The City National Bank team wishes all of the youth the best of luck. Welcome back into the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We are winding down the rabbits, and it is the big portion of the night. If you are tuning in for the rabbits, we'll kick it back over to Mary Beth Blair. This portion of the program is brought to you by the Skinner Law Firm, where we treat you like family. Skinner Law Firm wishes success to all of this year's Youth Fair participants. Visit them online at skinnerfirm.com. Back over to the host this week, Mary Beth Blair.
Well, I want you to know I'm having a great time, and I'm really enjoying all your comments. And I just got one on my Facebook Messenger from someone I know well, Janet O'Connell, and she said, you know why I'm looking at you, don't you, Mikey? She said,
this is where it just goes downhill, I think.
She told me I was doing an amazing job. Thank you so much with the fair. But she said, Mike will have you turned into a farm girl before you know it. Let's hope that I am turned into, knowledgeable in all things farming and youth fair and agriculture.
You won't have the hands-on aspect, but you'll have the knowledge.
What happens when just like a goat shows up on your front lawn?
How many times has a goat ever shown up on your front lawn?
Never.
You're challenging the wrong group of people right now. I'm just letting you know this.
Okay. All right.
I could say it now, and there's probably 30 already on trailers ready to go to your house.
Oh, my gosh. Well, they don't know where I live, hopefully. Well, there are some people out there in Berkeley County Youth Fair land who do know where I live, and I know
Google knows all.
I'm related to the Barges clan. My sister is Pam Barges, who's married to Kelly Barges, who's that whole group is all youth fair farm
so you'll
families.
see him show on Wednesday.
I know Blaine is. Yep. I've seen his.
So Joey would know.
Yeah,
I'll just make some phone calls. Don't you worry about yourself, Miss Mary.
So, anyways, I do know a few things from my sister being involved in farm life, but not enough. Obviously, as you all have seen this week, I'm learning quite a bit. So anyways, speaking of Mikey and knowing everything, you have some really big facts for us now.
I do. So I have two kind of big. One is actually a question that I've gotten on Facebook. It's one that Stephanie planned for, and I even asked to make sure I was allowed to say it.
Okay, I'm nervous now.
So there is the saying, breeding like rabbits. And that is very true to the actual industry with rabbits. And the reason why, so you can usually breed rabbits 9 times in a year.
Yeah, I use 6.
6.
People, but go ahead.
So if you take 6 times at 9, you get 54 times over the course of that.
So you breed them 6 times a year in their 9-year lifespan.
I was getting there. I'm getting there.
So sorry, Mikey. Go on.
So if you take that 6 times a year across the span of their lifetime, which is the average is 9, so you get 54 times. The average kits in a litter, so that's what the babies are called, kits. You're going to end up with a lifetime 54 times 6, 324 kits in a lifetime.
So one mama bunny could have 300 children
in 9 short years.
9 years.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of Christmas presents.
It is. So, and I think that brings up a good point. You know, we talk about, you know, how this is the easy introduction project for 4-H, but it still does require an immense amount of work. And that's when a large influx of rabbits that are going to rescues and going to different shelters that are, you know, part of that happen right around holidays. Because a lot of people want to get, you know, chicks and bunnies for Easter, and they're like, oh, we bought a bunny, now what?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's one thing that, you know, personally, I think we stress, you know, is that responsibility level. And I think that's one of those things that all of the youth that are in these participating organizations, 4-H, FFA, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, you know, they take on that challenge and they are responsible for that animal throughout the whole entire year.
Right.
So I think that speaks volumes about the kids that we have in these youth organizations.
Absolutely. You mentioned earlier, I was going to bring this up, and I know we're delaying. Sorry, online audience. I know you're waiting for the awards, but you made me think of something. So before I forget it again, I wanted to bring it up. You had mentioned, it was way back in the beginning of the night when you were talking about the indoor exhibits, and you mentioned, because you just mentioned some of the organizations that are responsible for the exhibitors, the 4-H, the FFA. And you can see it in your logo, all the different organizations.
Absolutely.
You mentioned the Boys and Girls Club, which I'm on the board of the Boys and Girls Club, and I know that Stacy Rowan, who's the director, she was so sad this year because with COVID-19 and them not being together, Mr. Murphy, Pat Murphy, wasn't able to get all of his photography students' projects in, and she asked me at the last minute, was there time? And I said, well, that's not my decision, but it was really late. But it was because the kids aren't there.
Absolutely.
They're not together, and it's sad because they're celebrating Pat Murphy's 50th year. I can't
quite
believe
a milestone.
He has been doing that such a long time and just so faithful. But
yes.
I know that you've probably missed seeing the work of the Boys and Girls Club students this year.
So here's a really fun fact.
What's that?
Stacy and I are related.
Oh my goodness.
So it was funny that you brought that up.
Yeah.
So we actually have a really good partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. So we have been delivering STEM kits because they're packing meals for the community.
Right.
So we've been sending out STEM kits with them so that
I didn't realize, is that from the extension office is doing that? Okay, I should know that because as a board member, I knew we were doing the STEM kits, but I didn't know exactly where they were all coming from.
So we've delivered right around 1,100 STEM kits.
And I know that's really helped the kids keep them busy and active and
yes,
involved.
absolutely.
So that's been
any
great.
bit that we can help get out to the community. So it's been a great partnership.
So it's just important for people to understand with the fair. There's several entities. So we mentioned 4-H, we mentioned FFA, and we mentioned the Boys and Girls Club. There's one more logo I can't see from here. What's
FCCLA.
Okay.
It is it replaced home ec. Now it's called FACS in school. So there's not actually a lot of chapters left.
Okay.
But we still leave that on there because if they are a chapter or they are a club, they do have that ability to show at the youth fair.
So would that account for the cooking exhibits? Is that what
No, so that's separate. So technically, I believe 4-H, you can have cooking exhibits. FCCLA, of course. Girl Scouts have a separate one, and Boy Scouts actually have their own. So each organization is responsible for the curriculum that is entered.
Okay.
So it's pretty neat to see when we do have those kind of outliers that come in. They show off different exhibits that not a traditional 4-H'er might see.
Okay.
So it's great to have that carryover and that crossover.
Sure.
That way we can expose the public to as many different types of projects as possible.
And lots of organizations that come together to make the
cornucopia of people.
Yes, I love it. That's great. Great little educational information about the fair and who all participates. So without further delay, we'll send it back over to Stephanie, and we are finally ready to introduce the senior bucks in the Rabbit Show, announce the placings, ribbons, and then tell you who the Grand and Reserve champions are. So, Stephanie, here we go.
All right. So, we're going to start off with Exhibitor 23, Brennan Alt, with her giant chinchilla, and she's receiving a blue ribbon.
All right, give me 1 second. Number 23.
Fun fact.
We were doing so well here.
Fun fact
As
Monday.
I uploaded all of these pictures.
I have 2 texts that say, do we really need to bring goats to Mary Beth?
Oh, shoot. No.
We can make this happen, apparently.
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. I'm in trouble.
Okay.
All right. 23, Miss Exhibitor 23, Brennan Alt, and this is her. She's from Spring Mills FFA, and this is her senior buck chinchilla, and she's receiving a blue ribbon. Exhibitor number 72, Holden Custer from Southern Cross, is receiving a blue ribbon for his Rex. There we go.
Oh, look at that face.
Exhibitor.
You just want the cute ones as well.
Exhibitor 109, Mackenzie Hahn from Sulphur Springs Superstars, with her Mini Rex, is receiving a blue ribbon. Exhibitor 128, Ryan Barrett from New Seekers 4-H Club, is receiving a blue ribbon for his Mini Rex. Exhibitor 361, Maggie Browning from Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club, is receiving a blue ribbon for her Holland Lop. Exhibitor 433, Devin Henry from Hedgesville Superchargers, is receiving a blue ribbon for the Holland Lop. Exhibitor number 9, Andrew Leonard from Back Creek Valley Mountaineers, is receiving a red ribbon for the Holland Lop. Exhibitor 72, Holden Custer from Southern Cross 4-H, is receiving a red ribbon for his crossbred. Exhibitor 118, Nicholas Guzman from Musselman FFA chapter, is receiving a red ribbon for his Netherland Dwarf. Exhibitor 258, Emily Orndorff from Blue Ridge Helping Hands is receiving a red ribbon for her Dutch. Exhibitor 300, Megan Hess is receiving a red ribbon for her Mini Rex. Exhibitor 338, Ashley Orndorff is receiving, from Blue Ridge Helping Hands, is receiving a red ribbon for her Silver Fox. Exhibitor 361, Maggie Browning from Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club is receiving a red ribbon for her Netherland Dwarf. Exhibitor 371, Sierra Berry from Tomahawk Warriors 4-H Club is receiving a red ribbon for her Mini Rex. Exhibitor 121, Parker Custer is receiving, from Southern Cross, is receiving a white ribbon for his Dutch. Exhibitor 122, Peyton Dugan from Spring Mills FFA chapter is receiving a white ribbon for her Dutch. Exhibitor 157, Cheyenne Grove from Valley Star is receiving a white ribbon for her crossbred. Exhibitor 254, Dylan Ruffner is from Four Fingers Poultry Club is receiving a white ribbon for his Californian. Exhibitor 313, Savannah Barrick from Blue Ridge Helping Hands is receiving a white ribbon for her Mini Rex. Exhibitor 337 from New Seekers 4-H Club, Ashley Mullis is receiving a white ribbon for her Netherland Dwarf. Congratulations to all 20 of our entries. You guys did a great job. And now we are on to the Grand Champion and Reserve Champion Senior Buck. All right, here we go. Grand Champion Senior Buck is Exhibitor 128, Ryan Barrett of the New Seekers 4-H Club with his Mini Rex. Born April the 8th of 2018.
I'm saying this is Bubba's three-peat.
Oh, he did it before me. I so wanted to call him Bubba.
I got it. So this is the third year that he's had with this rabbit with success. So he's had division champ for quite some time.
Oh my goodness.
Bubba's got a good looking Mini Rex there. And our reserve champion senior buck is Exhibitor 72, Holden Custer of the Southern Cross 4-H Club with his Rex, born April the 15th of 2018. I read that too fast for you. Exhibitor 72, Holden Custer. And this is actually his crossbred, but that's okay because he won with his Rex.
Hold on, let's do this.
There we go. That's the right one.
Good job.
Congratulations, guys.
Okay, Senior Buck Champion gets $15 from Price's Pigs, and the Senior Buck Reserve Champion receives $10 from the Shop 304 LLC.
And there you have it, folks. That's it. The rabbit show, right?
No,
I
still got more.
Yep.
Oh,
I have the moment that they've all been waiting for.
So, and we actually have viewers. Stephen Alt is checking in from Alabama.
All right.
So we're from Alabama, Delaware. So we've got them watching from all over.
Yeah. So we did the 12B class, the 13. Now that's where I'm confused. We have all these terms. I'm learning, but I'm not that quick.
By Wednesday, you're
going
to
be
set. By Wednesday.
So
keep me straight.
I think you want to maybe do a break, but before we do, so what we're doing next is Grand Champion and Reserve Champion overall. So it's going to take the winners from each one of the classes.
Yes.
And they will compete. They're going together, being looked at for Grand Champion overall. So a junior buck, a senior, I don't know how many junior bucks.
Junior doe, senior doe, and your senior bucks.
Thank you, Mikey. Yep. Do you want me to go on with that, or do you need to break
out?
I
think I'm good.
You think you're good?
I think I'm good.
Well, let's keep it rolling. All right.
If you think you're good, this is like what
This is where it all goes downhill. The famous last words.
Well, then we need the drum roll.
Okay. So, in your Grand Champion overall class, we have 3 rabbits. Coley Henry, Exhibitor 432 from Hedgesville Superchargers, her junior doe Minnie Lop. Ryan Barrett, Exhibitor 128 from New Seekers with his Senior Doe Mini Rex. That's his senior buck.
All right.
But you'll need that one as well because he is the, out of my senior buck class, we'll have Mr. Ryan.
All right, exhibitor number one more time.
128.
128.
So senior does, we're looking for his Senior Doe Mini Rex.
Is it that one?
I think so, yes.
All right.
So again, in this class, we have Coley Henry, 432. We have Ryan Barrett, 128 with his Senior Doe Mini Rex, and then we have Ryan Barrett, 128 with his Senior Buck Mini Rex. Okay, drum roll. Are you ready?
Go for
yes,
it.
Yes, now we're ready.
The grand champion overall winner goes to Exhibitor 128 of the New Seekers 4-H Club with his Senior Buck Mini Rex, born April the 8th of 2018. So Ryan Barrett has won that class with his Senior Buck.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. It's awesome.
And now the reserve champion overall. So when we do the reserve champion, the 2 grands will stay up there. So Coley, Exhibitor 432 with her Junior Doe Mini Lop, and Ryan Barrett's Exhibitor 128 with his Senior Doe Mini Rex. And we are pulling from the, for the Senior Buck class, we'll pull from the reserve. So we're pulling up Exhibitor 72, Holden Custer's Rex. Okay. So we have Coley with her Mini Lop, Ryan with his Mini Rex, and Holden with his Rex. The winner of the reserve champion overall class goes to Exhibitor 432, Coley Henry of Hedgesville Superchargers 4-H with her Junior Doe Mini Lop, born March the 3rd of 2020. So congratulations, guys.
Yes.
And the grand champion wins $25 from Shanghai Grocery, Harry and Dorothy Snow, and Best of Show banner from Vicki Luttrell. And the reserve champion receives $10 from Shanghai Grocery, Harry and Dorothy Snow. And the banner for reserve champion is from the Knott family, Shepherdstown Pharmacy.
Congratulations, guys. I'm very proud of all of you.
And also, she's not only very proud, as you can see, she's very emotional. She loves you guys. I can see that just in being here in the studio and spending time with her. I'm sure that you get very attached to all of the exhibitors, and I'm sure it's hard too that you can't see them and congratulate them as well in person. But they can feel your love, I'm sure, just like I can over here. So that's what a great show. I learned so much tonight about rabbits and sheep. I don't know which I'm going to be counting in my sleep tonight.
I think rabbits.
I know. They really left an impression on me.
You usually count sheep. I think you got to switch it to rabbits.
Switch it up. Last night it was goats.
Yes.
Yes. So we are going to wrap things up unless you have one more fun fact.
I have a joke.
Okay, let's go out with a joke, and then we're going to go to commercial, but we're going to come back, and I'm going to do a closing and wrap things up and give you some closing words and all that good stuff. So don't forget, you only have until 11:59 to vote for your people's choice. So, Mikey, give us a joke.
All right, joke for tonight to send you guys off. What do you call a group of rabbits hopping backwards? A group of rabbits hopping backwards. Matt's got them wheels a turning, smoke's blowing out both sides of the ears.
Well, I had the last one pretty quick. I just couldn't get the
back hoppers.
Backstop? No.
Ready?
Yeah.
A receding hairline.
Oh my
gosh.
That's
perfect. It's perfect.
No, I didn't lie. That's like.
On that note, I think we need to get in our final commercial break.
No fun.
Yes, we do. We'll be back. I love to close out night 2.
Before we go to our final commercial break of the evening, this portion of the program brought to you by West Virginia Secretary of State Democratic candidate Natalie Tennant, who wishes all of the youth participating in this year's Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair all the success they deserve. We're back to close out the Monday night edition of the Youth Fair coming up next.
Let's talk trash, because when it comes to trash, you have options. Panhandle Dumpsters is a local family-owned garbage hauling company serving both residential and commercial customers with weekly trash pickup, dumpster service, yard waste pickup, and bulk pickups too. Panhandle Dumpsters will give you a free trash can and provide curbside service for just $23 a month. Panhandle Dumpsters features a fleet of quieter, eco-friendly garbage trucks, thereby reducing the noise usually associated with pickup. Switch now and save up to 30%. Call 833-DUMP-STR, panhandledumpsters.com.
In our present crisis, we need inspired problem solvers, not the kind of politics we always get from the politicians who take us for granted. Daniel Bennett is running for delegate because he believes that the problems we face will be solved by the hands, the hearts, and the hard work of West Virginians.
That there's no more hardworking individual that would work for you as your member in your district for West Virginia.
I'm Daniel Bennett, and I'm running for delegate to give back, pay it forward, and to be your voice in Charleston.
The historic McFarland House Inn and Restaurant is excited to introduce a fresh new summer menu and an all-new curbside menu. There are so many incredible new dishes to explore and enjoy from Chef Walden, and some fan favorites that will remain by popular demand. Check out the new menus on our website at historicmcfarlandhouse.com or our Facebook page. You can dine inside our charming historic home or outside in our beautiful garden. Call 304-263-1890 today to reserve your table or to place a curbside order to go. Panhandle Homes has helped build Berkeley County into West Virginia's showcase community, one home at a time. We're proud to be from Berkeley County, the home of the country's longest consecutive running youth fair. We were born here, we grew up here, we know many of you, and you know us. Panhandle Homes wishes all of our youth of Berkeley County nothing but the best for this year's virtual youth fair. Panhandle Homes of Berkeley County, here yesterday, today, and tomorrow for you. PanhandleHomesWV.com.
Welcome back into the final segment of the Monday Youth Fair. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, 4 p.m. on TV 10 and WRNR TV on YouTube. A big thanks to all of our sponsors making tonight possible, who you have heard not only in commercials but our live reads throughout the night. Sending it over for our closing statements for the evening, Mary Beth Blair.
All right. Well, Monday is almost in the books, and then Tuesday is going to be here before we know it. And we are just full of all kinds of things left. I mean, 2 days into it. We still got a ton of youth fair left for you this week, folks. So tune in with us again, and you can watch this. Like we said, if you missed anything tonight, you can watch it again on TV 10 during the day. It'll come on at 10 o'clock. But also, as Matt has already said, every day is archived, and you can find the links on the Berkeley County Youth Fair website. So don't worry about what you've missed. You can watch it over and over and over again. So speaking of tomorrow, we have an exciting lineup. I said it again. I had to get in there one more time. Exciting. I've been sent several different adjectives, but they just don't feel right.
Sometimes when it's exciting, it's exciting. You just got to say it.
Off my tongue like that, but I'm going to try to look up some adjectives and you look up fun facts, Mikey. I'm going to look up adjectives.
You are doing a great job.
But tomorrow, I'm ready to learn.
Good.
I'm ready to learn because I understand we have 12 classes in the swine show.
Swine.
So the Market Swine Show, we're going to see a breeding show. We're going to see the Market Hog Show. And I'm already giggling thinking about it. Just, I can't even imagine what it's going to be like tomorrow night.
And you did perfect. You even used the right terms.
I did.
So we are making progress every night.
Wait, and I also learned what a drive was.
Yes.
The grand
drive.
I learned that. I've been trying to read up on different things. So I guess for me and the viewers who are not regular attendees of the shows, Mikey, give me an idea of what we're going to see tomorrow night.
Absolutely.
You and Judy, what should we expect to see in the swine show?
So the swine show is probably the largest show that we have as far as the livestock classes. And the reason for that, well, I was going to say, we're going there. A lot of it has to do with the availability. So they are pretty easy to get in our area. There are a number of local reputable breeders, and it also has to do with the knowledge that's out there. There are a lot of people around that are willing to contribute to make sure that these kids are successful in their projects. We get a lot of phone calls in the office. Hey, do you know somebody that insert a million different things that could happen? And it's really amazing to be in a community where we have those resources available, regardless of if you are a first year exhibitor or if you've been shown for 10 and you're ferrying out your own. It's really amazing to have that bank of people that I can always call, and they're all specialists of their own thing, so they don't necessarily all know everything about it, but when you combine efforts and the community that we have, I've never left a kid hanging as far as what they needed to know.
Right.
It may have taken, okay, I'm going to call Judy. Judy's going to make a phone call to somebody else.
Right.
But usually a day's turnaround, and I can find an answer to just about anything swine related.
So do you think that this being a large show, does that have anything to do with the fact that it's, with it being a market hog? I mean, that's probably one of your top selling, that and the beef. I mean, that's something people want to buy.
Yes.
And
so those are the hooks for
profitable
our sale.
for the youth. And it teaches them not only to raise something, but they get something in return.
Exactly.
So
they see the complete side of production agriculture.
Right.
And a lot of times, and I've said it 100 times and I'll say it 100 times more, and some people might disagree with me. We're not raising kids just to participate in a sale. We're raising them to participate in their project.
Right.
So we want these kids to learn as much as possible as they are going throughout their project from beginning to end. And it's also a really great rewarding aspect of it. That fruition of, I've dealt with this animal for, since February, March, around that time frame. And if it's beef, it's even the year before, a year prior.
Sure.
But to see that culmination of effort of both that child, their parents, the network, the leaders, all come to that one night, and to have so many amazing buyers from our community come out, amazing community supporters that have continuously come out and support these kids. Yeah. That truly, I get teary-eyed when I talk about it. As a product of the county,
right.
That's how I went to college, was because of the market sale.
So it's really important that's just something that the viewers should understand, is in light of not having an in-person fair, there are college kids and kids who are just graduated from high school who are really depending on and had planned for what they would make in this year's fair to help them in college. And so I have seen the numbers of what the fair, the auction itself brings in, and how generous our community is to get behind and really show support of this hard work by our youth. So I think it's going to be really a good education for the community to see that aspect of everything. It's going to be interesting because I'm going to have to come up with other words for the hog shows than cute and all. Like, the rabbits were so cute tonight and cuddly. Now what am I going to say about the hogs?
So hogs are a little bit more intense, and it's just like that market lamb show. You're going to see a lot more muscle. You're going to see a lot more. You'll hear the term cuttability. I know. If you think about it, all of these animals are being raised for the sole thought process of production agriculture. Right. So as much as the rabbits are pets, a lot of the poultry you will see are pets, but all of the books kind of lend themselves to giving back to that supply chain and understanding the ins and outs of it, and I think that's truly the most rewarding part of it, because in a society where you can ask somebody, part of my job is I get to go into kindergarten classrooms and third grade classrooms, and my question is, where does your food come from? And without a doubt, I get that one amazing little brave kid that says, oh, it comes from Martin's. I'm like, so close. But it's educating the public is one of the greatest duties that I think 4-H and FFA take, because they do take that initiative. They go out and meet buyers. They take that initiative. They go out and find breeders and find reasons to buy from specific breeders. They are the ones that are doing the frontline work, thinking about how we're going to feed the next generation, the next tomorrow.
Sure.
So there's an amazing level of pride that I think a lot of the adults at the fair have for these kids, for their commitment to come year after year and do just that.
Because it's like you said, really it comes full circle for them. I mean, it probably starts out at a young age as something really fun to do. Yep. And I'm involved in the fair. I'm in youth fair or 4-H or FFA. But then as they progress in their aging and in their projects and in their exhibits and in their animals, they really do see maybe a career or just learn lifelong skills and knowledge that will help them and no matter what they do. So I can only imagine the quality of young people that you guys get to experience.
Absolutely.
To be able to have the responsibility, and I'm speaking to you guys out there, you kids who are, and I call you kids because I'm so old, but the youth out there who are all the exhibitors, you know, pat yourself on the back and celebrate your hard work this week, even though you're not together and you don't get to be in the ring. You should be really proud of the hard work and dedication and what you're accomplishing with your projects this year. We are all so proud of you. Tomorrow night, we're also going to, in addition to the swine show, that will include the breeding show plus the market hogs, we will have some indoor exhibits. So Mikey will be back.
Mikey's not going anywhere all week.
Yeah.
I'll say I might just put a cot up in the back that way.
And I think also, is it tomorrow night that we're going to have some entertainment?
Yes.
Okay.
There are a couple blocks of entertainment.
Yeah, so we're just going to leave that there. We're not going to tell you what it is. We're going to just make you tune in and find out about it. So we're going to give one last plug if we have time. Do I have time to give one last plug to the People's Choice? Go to the website, vote, vote, vote. You have till 11:59 to vote for the rabbits that you saw tonight. There are several categories for the rabbits, and two, the doe and the buck. I did it. I learned something tonight. And then for the what else do we have? What was before that tonight? Rabbits, and we had sheep. Yes, so we have several categories there. Make sure you put the name, the exhibitor number. And just to give a shout out before we head out, congratulations to the People's Choice Award winners from Sunday, yesterday. That was the dog show. The Savannah McDonald, exhibitor number 134 with her dog Precious, won in all 3 categories: dog show, dog tricks, dog costume. That's the People's Choice. And then for People's Choice in the goats, our Sunday winners were non-dairy, exhibitor 111, Madeline Emmerich. Congratulations. Dairy was exhibitor 264, Gibson Crumley. And finally, the market goat, exhibitor 12, and that was Austin Jordan. Congratulations for being the people's favorite. That's always good to have a People's Choice, right?
Is that it for tonight?
You know what,
Anything
Mikey?
You
got anything to send us out with?
I was going to say, I feel like Mikey should close it out tonight.
He
He really is the star of the show.
I don't know about all this. This is a lot of pressure. All right, so this is Stephanie's favorite joke. Since you guys didn't find my joke funny, how do you catch a unique rabbit? How do you catch a unique rabbit?
Is it that we're really not that smart, Matt, or is it that
I'm worried
we're
like
so
you guys
tired?
are like trying something you learned tonight. And I'm like, oh gosh, how do
No.
you catch a unique rabbit?
All right, Mikey, how do you catch a unique rabbit?
You ready, Mary Beth? You're gonna love this.
Gosh, I am ready.
You sneak up on it. Get it? Unique up on it.
I had a feeling it was
Unique.
going to be something incredibly
Amazing. You're right. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Unique up on it.
And on
All
that,
right.
we're going to close out our coverage of Monday night of the 2020 Berkeley County Virtual Youth Fair. We will be back tomorrow, same time, 4 p.m., going to right around 10 p.m., finishing up a few minutes early tonight, but we should go to right around 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Big thanks to all of our sponsors and everybody that was involved in making tonight and this entire youth fair possible.
Yeah.
We will see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. This concludes our coverage of the youth fair for today.
Berkeley County Youth Fair Board would like to thank the following sponsors of this year's Youth Fair. Green Level sponsors Gore's Custom Slaughter and Processing Incorporated and the Kingdom Animal Hospital. White Level sponsors Jerry Williams State Farm Insurance, River Riders Incorporated, Jeff and Shelley Shoppert, Eastern Panhandle Conservation District, Dunham's Mobile Home Park, Orr's Farm Market, and Winchester Equipment. And at the red level, John T. Gibson, DDSP LLC, Pittman Orthodontics, South Berkeley Pharmacy, Shepherdstown Pharmacy,